Howdy folks, it's Johan, your favorite little ink blob, back at it today with a little Magic Arena to start the day. No draft because we have lost so badly that we have no resources for it. But we're just gonna play a couple of games, get our dailies, work back up to being able to do a draft. Then we'll switch over for an hour-ish of Baba Is You, and then I'm hoping we can really grind through some good old Jump King, because a lot of days we end up doing just Baba Is You, and I want to get through that because there are big games I want to play. Alright, we are starting off. We've got our Demir Tempo. This is not a great hand since we don't actually have an untapped blue source to make this work, so I'm going to mull. And this is definitely rough, but we've got Siren into Cavern Bat and then probably a Shouldred. I think we actually probably ditch Lizov since we aren't guaranteed able to play him. We don't have the long-term blue source. I know, can't believe you take so long with me showing up 30 minutes late to my own stream. Absolutely terrible. How goes it, Uno? Oh. Oh dear. Okay. I guess we'll take the slick shot. Dun, 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 dun. Don't worry, it'll probably be a shorter Magic today. And also shorter Baba. But no draft, so don't gotta sit through that if you are not feeling it. Let me guess, the Lightning Strike. Crazy. I should have definitely put on the Siren. We've been doing so poorly at draft that there's not an option to draft right now. Yes, exactly. We'll probably do about an hour of Baba today, which I know turned into more yesterday, but I'm trying to get through Jump King so I can get to other things, so. Need to be better at limiting the Baba. I have so many Victorian little waifs looking pleadingly at me. One more cup of Baba today, sir. Please, please. It's very Oliver Twist. Well, the Shouldred helps things along, although Slick Shot Show Off can certainly do some damage. Aha, we draw a card. And drawing cards loses them life and gains me life. Haha! We have a pin. What now, Lismith W? Magic of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Well, there you got your reference in today, Carsey. How's it going? Well, I mean, that's sorcery speed, but sure, we'll take our lumps. Yay! Good. It's a fancy good, so must be fantastic. Shocking development. Ha 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 ha. Nah. I know how. I know what you mean. Yup. So Urtai making them draw a card could be good, could be bad. I think it's probably bad, although it does actually limit. That means they couldn't play their ancestral anger? Blue-eyed Magic, the White Dragon. You never tee up? Very believable. Oh, actually, no, that kills them because they also draw a card off that. Haha, forced card draw. Drawing cards a good thing in Magic? False. Actually, the worst thing that can happen to you. First win of 4. Blue, the Magic Eyes. Okay. I will say, I do find blue eyes very... I like eyes, which is probably a weird thing to say, but eyes are really cool with all of the different like layers and slight variations in the color in the iris. Blue eyes always have a lot of like really interesting grays. I don't know. If I was going to be like a weirdo serial killer that had like some weird trophy thing, you have a jar. Oh no, that's exactly like if I had to like take something from humans as trophies, it would probably be eyes. Like they're really neat. I need to be more careful about the things I say on the internet. But I don't know, that legitimate opinion. I think eyes are neat and would make probably the best. Like, I don't know, ears? Why would you take someone's ear? They're just like weird cartilage flaps. Come on. Poor taste, really, honestly. To hear better? Are you going to, like, weld them to your own? Don't think it actually helps you hear that much better. You might help you capture more sound, but ultimately, you know, it's still based on the inner workings of the ear with the 3 bones, the cochlea, the fine hairs sensing different frequencies. Like, I don't know. I don't think grafting other ears to your own is that good. Noses? I mean, okay, I have seen some cute noses in my time, but like, I don't know. It seems very impractical and messy. Arms? Okay, arms have some practicality. Like, I can understand things that have, like, meat on them because, you know, they have meat on them. But, you know, like, that's a... Yes, we do love meat. But yeah, like, I don't know, I can get that. You know, maybe that's concerning in and of itself, but, like... I am thoroughly of the opinion that if given the chance to ethically consume human, like, this is someone who has perished and said, I just view my body as meat, go to town. This is just meat. I'd give it a try. A lot of people I've spoken to about it would also give it a try. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. I think we just get awful squicky about it because, you know, burying people is, you know, that's sort of a big culturally important thing for most places. Or burning them. You know, we get awful fussy about the meat husks we pilot when I think that they're just meat. Haha. I was going to counter the card draw, but then I realized they probably are going to play some sort of big board wipe, and we can counter that. Haha, haha, haha. I'll take a little damage to play out another card. Now this is a wee bit risky because we no longer have a counterspell. We might be able to draw into one, but we are definitely overextended. However, I think I'm okay with that. We do have some reactionary spells still. What up, 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 up. Temporary lockdown. Okay, we'll hit 2 of our 3 creatures, and actually it won't because I can use Tishana's Tidebinder to counter. That's a triggered ability. So I draw a card, and then it enters, but then I run out Tishana's Tidebinder, counter the ability. They may have a counterspell, but even if they have the counterspell, all they've done is take 2 of my things, plus the 3rd thing that I'm flashing in. Okay, so they do have the counterspell. This does happen, but I still have a 2/4 that generates some good value. I could Deep Cavern Bat, peek at their hand, or I could just swing in for 4 damage, which I actually like quite a bit. Pew pew, and I draw a card. And this should make it a lot tougher for them to survive this next turn, because they need to deal with that as well as the land. They did find a way to deal with the land. Okay. Well, Then Deep Cavern Bat, peek at their hand. What you got, opponent? Okay, so I will say, cannibalism is a thing that I have thought about probably more than the average person. And this came about because of a Rammstein song called Mind Tile, which I want to look into. There's some slightly interesting wordplay with it that I will not delve into. Okay, interesting. Flashing in Wandering Emperor. So now if we attack this turn, they can still activate as an instant the exile effect. Ooh, they have a lot of single target protection here. I think I still need to attack at least here. It will draw me a card. But I was looking into the origins of it, and apparently it's based around a, there was a fairly high-profile cannibalism case in Germany, as I understand it, by a guy who had, like, been a well-beloved figure in the community and, like, babysat for people's kids and whatnot. But I was particularly fascinated because in a lot of the interviews, it seemed that people were overall, like, still okay with this guy, because apparently they still viewed him as, like, a decent, upstanding person. Phantom interference is great. But they'd still let watch their kids, because the cannibalism was consensual. It was someone who had wanted to be eaten by someone. Which, like, cannot relate, but I don't know, it made me think more about, like, is cannibalism inherently bad, or is it just, you know, a taboo? That does shuffle, which sucks. Or is it just, you know, a thing that we do because, you know, is it a thing that we get concerned about because we're supposed to be concerned about it, essentially? I don't know, it's an interesting thing when we think about how we relate to the thing that we occupy while we're alive. Spyglass Siren. Okay. So I suspect they tuck the Deep Cavern Bat, although we're going to put it on the Spyglass Siren because they can activate this, so we need the... Oh no, actually we can cut down to destroy, so we will be fine attacking in with everything. They will Horned Lock Whale something, but we can cut down and go for the throat. Actually, first we'll cut down the Samurai. Deduce. Like, Horned Lock Whale is absolutely going to be a thing. But we get their manland out of the way, and they're going to need to tuck the Spyglass Siren, aren't they? Because they won't actually get any blocking, so to avoid simply dying, we've got in a kind of rough place. Yes, so they correctly identify needing to tuck that, because they do see the Urtai Resurrected. I put it on bottom because I think there are better things we can do with our mana. We kill the Anchorage. They take 3, go to 1. And we're at least awful close to winning. Do. Dwayne. So, this is still something where they could very easily draw a board wipe that makes things very difficult for us. Urtai having Flash helps a fair bit, but we don't know. Okay, March. Then they get to destroy another thing. We get some maps, but that's still not quite enough to save them. Okay. So do they have a 1 mana answer? They do not. Okay. Being able to counter the Sunfall was kinda neat. I am not used to being able to do that. I do not play a lot of decks that have blue in them. It was like the first time my D&D party discovered counterspelling as, oh wait, we can just say no to the big bad evil guy? We should maybe do that more often. But then, you antagonize your DM. Sasune. Or Sasane? I don't know. We will keep this even if it's a slightly slower hand. I like the Phantom Interference and the fact that we've got one of our man lands. Well, I guess it turns into a shark, so maybe not a man land. What? I assume sharks are some sort of like ichthyomorph, some sort of fish. Classification of shark. Cartilaginous fishes. Class Chondrichthyes. Chondrichthyes. So I see where the ichthy comes from. I'm guessing chondric has chondr has something to do with cartilage. Chondros, cartilage, and ichthys, fish. Chondrichthyes. Neato. I did not know that. Ah. Demir mirror. Dimmermer. My shores are not slick, unfortunately. Could have maybe tried running out the Fairy Mastermind earlier, but if it eats a counterspell, it eats a counterspell. And that means my Preacher of the Schism will hopefully be able to actually land, although there's a non-zero chance they've got to go for the throat. Like we have. Oh, or their own Preacher of the Schism. On the bright side, we have a go for the throat. Pew pew. We are tied, so we get a 1/1 and also draw a card. So either we can hold up a counterspell or we can Deep Cavern Bat. I think we Deep Cavern Bat, take a peek at their hand, see if we can take something critical. Unlicensed Hearse can certainly be an issue, but I think we take their Deep Cavern Bat, so they don't get to see what we've got going on in our hand. Unlicensed Hearse start exiling from the graveyards, but they will also be able, they can counterspell and or play the Fairy Mastermind. So what we're going to do is run out Spyglass Siren. We will put a counter on the bat, so it's an even more we will explore onto the bat. Instead, we draw land, which will be nice for being able to play out Preacher next turn if we don't get to counterspell. We attack with everything. They know that we know about their Fairy Masterminds. They are going to play it, because they want that extra card. So then we counter that. And that leaves them with a counterspell, but not a board to make it super effective. We can just make sure that we leave up enough mana to pay for it. I don't think there's a lot of board wipes that folks run in this, so we'll commit even more to the board. We're feeling pretty ahead. Feeling good. In the neighborhood. Alright, now they can peek our hand. But I don't know, they probably take Preacher of the Schism, but then we get to play out Urtai. Nope. Okay, so we just get to play out Preacher, which is kind of what we wanted to do. Unlicensed Hearse can block and then exile 2 more, so it can become a 4/4. But that's okay because it would trade with the Preacher and we still get a card out of it. So, actually, even better, we can see if we can put the Preacher out of range of the Hearse. Make it a 3/5. And we will happily keep that on top. They will attack with everything. They can block the 1/1, but we are a-okay with that. Phantom Interference, the reason why I'm playing it is because, you know, you can get the potential counterspell, but also get a 2/2 flying body, which is quite relevant in these matchups, I think. However, I am just going to run out the second Preacher of the Schism, make things very unfortunate for the opponent, hopefully. Because we can still hold up the ability to counter something. We just don't also get to make the token out of it, but that's the flexibility of Phantom Interference and Spree. Go for the throat. So we can attempt to counter that, but then they counter it with their own thing, but by doing so, we know they don't have any other threats. I think we try countering it. Probably just taps them out. Or I guess, no, they just pay the 2. But I still think that's an effective drain of their resources. But yes, they don't need to use their counterspell. Oh, hey! So if we fire up the Restless Reef, they can block... No, they can't because they tapped down out of it, so... that's lethal. Because they chose to attack, and as a result, lost the ability... Well, I guess they didn't have the ability to crew it in the first place, so... never mind, I was dancing around a ghost. 3 wins? See, why can't we be doing this in draft? Just one more win for today in Magic, and then we'll do a little Baba Is You. Oh, ba-da-da-da-da-dum. I think cacti are quite neat, I say, looking at the background full of cacti. They're just funky little plants that want to be left alone, but also store a whole bunch of water so no one wants to leave them alone. Prickly pear are edible, I believe. Not raw. Don't eat raw prickly pear, as they are still... I guess that would be poisonous because toxic is a contact thing, but no, they are poisonous to eat, but I know there's like prickly pear sorbets and whatnot because they produce like a really good fruit. Which I've had some prickly pear sorbet, and that was lovely. Highly recommend, just maybe don't make your own. I would love to have... Oh, Aquazot's very good. What if we ditch a Spyglass Siren? It's probably incorrect, but I'm gonna try it. Aha, we have a map. We have a map, have a map, have a map, have a... Against mono red, so Aquazots, if we can stick it, is a very good choice. Dark Slick Shores. Sick. We love not having to take damage against mono red. Drew another land, not our first choice. We will attack since they can get a lot of trample. But we really want to like stick Aquazots and hopefully get like a big trade. Is it? Interesting. So still doing Slick Shot, but probably running a lot more cantrips? Would be my guess. Well, we'll run out Preacher of the Schism, and we will hold back. Decent chance that this is just getting trampled over, but I'll give it a shot. They don't always have the trample, even if they probably do. Creature of the Schism. Does a lot for its mana cost. Second Slick Shot Show Off. In some ways is good. No blocks here. Because that's one fewer spell they're playing. However, it also doubles the horrifying effectiveness of their cantrips and the like. Aha, and it had trample anyway. Oh dear. Oh, that's not good. So now it's always got trample. We draw a land. I think we're just dead here. Slick Shot Show Off, good card. I do look forward to hopefully getting to play with it. Oh, Tawara. What's the play, opponent? Blow off steam. Deals 1 damage. It's an Otter Wizard? Oh, that's so cute! That should be illegal. Well, we'll try blocking there. I'm sure they'll have a way to give it trample or, you know, another spell. A Frolicking Familiar, that's adorable. Alright. Guga. I've never seen that card. I would 100% expect that from Strixhaven rather than Wilds of Eldraine, but, you know, we're here for it. We will take more Otter content. Do what you otter. Pew pew. Only keep our diamond too. Yeah. Guess we care a whole lot about it. I'm just here to draft. Marveliciousness. Okay. Bat into holding up Tidebinder and hopefully Shouldred? Sure thing. Pew pew. I don't know why I'm saying pew pew, but pew pew. Ooh, Preacher of the Schism probably a better play, especially against mono red. Oh. Okay. So, Boros Control. Wondering, okay, a lot of these are going to be an issue. We can counter the Discover. So we probably take Lightning Helix. I imagine Dust Animus they plot. Nope, just playing it. Okay, 2/3 flyer. Sometimes is good enough. And then a Wedding Announcement to jam up the ground. Or they concede because they didn't have more land. Okay. Well, there we go. Got our daily magic wins. Look how quick and painless that can be. Fantastic. So, we will pack that on up, and let's get started on a little bit of Baba. We'll try doing some more new adventures. I will not forget to update the stream info. I can hear the clattering keyboard of Carsey. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get back on top of it, but jeez. Baba Adventures. Oh, no, I guess my D key is just having problems, not just with Rotato. Wonky. Baba Adventures is new. And yeah, feel free to chip in some custom levels, but we're just gonna do this for around an hour. So until about noon my time. And then 3 hours of Jump King. We'll see. Baba is you. There we go. There's that category. Haha. I just realized I didn't actually tab over the game, so you've just been staring at my lovely little ukiyo-e background. There we go. Do-do-do-do. Alright. Oh, yes, my hat. The hat goes away. Wait, that's me going away. There we go. Now, background. We must browse and find normal Johann blank. Aha! I am now bald. Okay, there we go. So we were in the land of delicacies. And that's right, we finally unlocked the numbered levels. See, that's how to get me to do things, is leave dangling patterns. Because I could not abide. Fruit is weak. Fruit is fruit and defeat. Fruit is push. Ah. So now we can push the fruit. Baba is you, hedge is hedge. Baba without fruit is defeat. Ah, so we cannot destroy it. Flag is win, hedge is stop, fruit is push, fruit is fruit, and defeat. Baba without fruit is defeat. But flag is win. So we block this off. Well, so here we can get rid of the defeat condition, but now we cannot make fruit weak. So, is there a way for us... Oh, I see, because... So, we pushed it and then it overlapped a grass tile, so that is why it got destroyed. So is there a clever construct we can make with the words? We've got hedge. Hedge without fruit, or hedge without Baba is defeat now, so... Without is not particularly useful to us here, I think. Because the only thing that we could be without would be fruit? Is there any way we can preserve the ability to make fruit weak without destroying the fruit? No. So our only moves are to go left and destroy it, or get rid of that first. And we can't push up, so we can only push down into this position. So what can we do after the fact? Make things interesting. Oh, fruit is Baba? No, fruit is fruit. Oh dear. Hedge is fruit? Hedge is not hedge. So what if hedge is fruit? Oh, hedge is not hedge, I say. Connecting things to hedge is hedge. We could do fruit is you, mayhaps? So we can't do fruit is Baba is you, because we cannot transmute the fruit. Transfruit. And that's not how is's work. Fruit without Baba is you, maybe? Yeah, let's take a look at that. Fruit without Baba is you. But we need to... Baba would need to be destroyed at that same time. Hedges stop, so making it defeat does not work. We could do Baba is... Oh! What if we make it so that we create the statement Baba is defeat at the same time as we push up the fruit for fruit without Baba is you. Oh no, but fruit is defeat. So, even though that destroys the fruit, that does not actually save us, because then we're destroying ourselves to make that work. I say continuing to do it, because try things. Oh, also, I guess timing doesn't work out in our favor. So, very much never mind. Okay. Frustrating. So, we need to destroy the fruit, but we can't use fruit as weak. What can be done? What can be done? Is there a hint in the name? Last snack. No. So, we need to destroy the last snack, I suppose. So how could we use without? So we could try and find a way to defeat Baba, which I think was interesting, but yeah, we can't ultimately be the fruit. So what other options have we? We can... Is there a way to get the fruit to defeat? Fruit... Okay, so fruit without Baba is defeat. No, is you, and fruit is defeat. Which we've got, but we can't get rid of that. Hedge is hedge. Can we prison trick hedge in any way? I don't think so, because we can't become the fruit and we can't move it over there. We can push the fruit over more, but then we're still stuck. Oh, can we... Okay, we could do, like, fruit without hedge, but that doesn't help us because we can't get rid of hedge, right? Because hedge is hedge, so we can't transmute those. Oh! But wait, just like the without it gets rid of Baba is you, we don't actually need it to be a sensical sentence, right? Because then that gets rid of hedge's hedge. So we do fruit without, or even Baba without would work, right? Baba without hedge is hedge. Fruit without hedge is hedge. Oh, that doesn't work? Or it cancels the whole thing. Okay, what happens if we do hedges Baba now? Okay, it does cancel it. Bob is me. And there's many. We have the Babarmi. What? Why is there... Oh, is that a worm? I'm like, that's a very flat Baba. He's just a strange little guy. Like the pumpkin patches. Exactly as it says. Exactly as it says? Worm. Would you still watch me if I was a worm? Not Baba, without not hedge, is win. So anything other than Baba without anything other than the hedge is win. Hedge is stop. Baba is you. No, I don't. I think not anything with hedge. I think it's anything other than Baba if we destroy anything else. Right. It's without not hedge. So, if we can get rid of the skull, but we don't have a word for skull. Wonky. Only hedge. Not Baba is hedge. But we can't apply that there, and without not hedge is hedge. So, we could do not Baba is you. I believe that would work. Water is sink. But I'm going to... No, we only need to kill one of thing. Because it only needs to be without not hedge. So it's without anything, without at least one thing other than the hedge. So if we can get rid of the skull somehow, for example. Why do we have defeat? Okay, so not Baba is you allows us to move some stuff around. Okay. Hedge is not stop. No, we only need to get rid of skull or flag or Baba. I'm fairly certain. Hedge is not stop. Allows us to manipulate things a little more. Does this open things up? Because if we just move the water and hedges over, that doesn't do enough for us. What? I don't think it's without everything. I think it's without anything that... Without anything as opposed to everything that is not hedge. I mean, we'll find out, but I'm fairly confident that without not hedge, I can't just sink the skull right now. I'm working on that because we can become everything other than Baba, so it sinks. But I think if we can do Baba is you. That was the first thing I tried, Kersey. But doing that, the skull is also moving, so everything is moving and the water doesn't catch up and it just jams things up. However, by doing this, I'm hoping... Okay. So not Baba without not hedges win. So, okay. It does look like it needs to be all of them. But yeah, so like, here's the issue with it. Okay. So. Okay. Whoop. There is not more water than hedge. So this destroys a lot of... Why does some of the water get destroyed but not others? Oh, because it's sinking onto itself. Funky. No, water can sink on water, apparently. Yeah, so this is more spatial than I was thinking. I was thinking we just need to manage one. Oh, right, no, I know that we don't want to sink on water. But I was just curious why some was and some wasn't. And I don't understand the rhyme nor reason, but I'm guessing it's because it's the stuff that... basically odd-numbered rows. I do want to sink water on water? I mean, I'm sure that at some point that will be part of it, but I don't think that's an intentional thing. So, we want not again. So I keep trying to go left. Can we go right? It's hard to sync most things. We can... Okay, so this is how to sync flag, right? Then we have 2 water left over. So we just need to... How do we sync the skull? Can you move to the right with skull? We can, but then the water sinks itself. So, like, we can do this, but yeah, then hedge does that. Okay, so we do this. So, no, yeah, we need to... So, we can destroy the flag by going down like this, and we've still got some water left over, which feels important. We need... Oh, we need hedges not stop, maybe? So now, we can have the water go through to the skull. Uh-oh. Oh, and the hedge will still sink that. Oh, and we also need to destroy Baba anyway. So how do we destroy... Or wait, do we even need to destroy the skull? We need something that can win. Ha! There we go. You shook or took your legal? Huh. Intriguing. I'm guessing that's all of the very fine dust particulate. I know I've done that with some of my allergy medications. Because, you know, yeah. That's always fun. Mixed identity. It's not just vitamins? Okay. Yeah. We love things that are made out of highly compressed dust, essentially. Is it healthy to breathe vitamins? I mean, I don't think it's particularly unhealthy. I'm not super well versed, but... I mean, I guess maybe, like, if it's iron, but I think our body processes iron. I don't think that's one of the ones that would stick around. So, like... I don't know, I think it's all going to be soluble, so, like... Probably fine. This is not medical advice. Vitamin D3. Should vitamins be in your lungs? I mean, your lungs do contain vitamins. I don't know about these kinds. That's actually, it has made such a big difference for me moving from under my bed to in front of my window so I can have it open and actually getting sun. Very good for mood, even though I'm someone who very much likes overcast, rainy days. Okay, name of the level, mixed identity. Me is me, Baba without me is you. Hedges stop, Kiki is not Baba. Baba is open, Kiki is shut, me is move. And we've got has me. Kiki has me is not shut. Okay. So if we move through Kiki, we turn into me, which moves, but Also, being vegetarian loses out on a lot of vitamins. This is true. I mean, there are some vegetables that can absolutely do a whole lot, but yeah. There's also a lot that... I mean, I know protein can also be a big issue with vegetarian diets, but there are things like beans and such. I would not recommend it. It's not what I think the preferred way of taking them would be, but I suspect, again, not medical advice, that it would not be harmful? I've never had a vape, and honestly, they don't seem like they would be all that tasty, but vitamins are just vapes? You smell a lot? Oh, from school? Oh, God, that's... Yeah, I don't know. It's... I guess they can be fairly concentrated flavor. It's... I don't know. It's... I'd certainly rather vape than smoke. Like, there's a reason why it was a replacement tool, but... the Every e-cigar's taste have been outlawed in your country? What, because they market to kids? Crazy. Howdy, Cholera. Yeah. I don't know, it has never been a particularly appealing concept to me. Creates a black market? Yeah, that's... The problem with outlawing things is, by and large, it doesn't get rid of them, it just means that people have to go through more dangerous processes to get them. I don't know if they found out that vaping is worse than smoking. I know I've got some friends who still use it as a replacement tool. I think, again, I'm not a medical professional. I would need to look at it more. And no, they didn't allow weed so less people would buy it. By and large, it was they allowed it so that they could tax it. But I mean, that's why you see a lot of arguments for, like, legalizing prostitution or whatnot, which, I mean, by and large, a lot of countries, the US is kind of weird in that there's not a legal avenue for it. And it protects the workers a lot more. I didn't realize, so, like, in the US, it's legal not in Las Vegas, but in some of the surrounding counties in Nevada. It's specifically outlawed in Las Vegas. Rhode Island allowed it until 2010, which was kind of goofy. I don't know why that particular state. Nothing particularly bad, I would assume. Okay, so we can make it so that Kiki is not shut, and that allows us to... Oh no, because then Kiki is stop and defeat. So we need to use Baba to open Kiki. Howdy, Robert. So we can do has me. Me is me. Baba without me is you. So we need to find a way to get rid of me. No, you're Uno, because you have Mon Gamer. So Kiki intrinsically has me, and me is not shut. Yes, I can. So what if Kiki has Baba? So me is not shut, but... Ooh. So Baba without me is you. What if Kiki has Baba, and then we make a me, which is open? No. Still probably need Baba is open. We could do Baba is move. I don't know if that's useful. So, okay. Kiki has Baba is a valid statement. Me is Kiki. Kiki has Baba. Me is me. So, me is Kiki doesn't do anything. And then is open. You disagree? You think that it does do things? Okay, so we've gained a Baba, but then me just keeps walking around. So we need to find a way to get rid of me if we do that. We can make it so that Baba has... No, we can't do Baba has Baba. We could do Baba has Kiki, but then... A level pack with only one real level? Wonky. Okay. So, me is me, Baba without me is you, and Kiki cannot become Baba. We can turn Kiki into me, right? So, let's see what Kiki is me, let's see what that does. Makes us not us. Double streamer. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so if we do Kiki as me. You have? How was it? Oh, have an air humidifier, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I've lost relatives to lung cancer from smoking habits, so I'm very not. And my dad had a neighbor who was a World War veteran and had survived literally getting run over by a tank. Had reconstructive surgery, got back on his feet, and then smoked his way to death, which is just horrible. And lungs didn't like the water. Yep, that's why vapes are still not good, even if you can get like a lower nicotine content and replace some of the habitual aspect of it. It's not, you know, filling your lungs with water is still kind of not a great thing, funnily enough. Yeah, just an accidental thing. Yep. Oh, not the forbidden appeal of it. I gotcha. Oh, like the folks at my school who I remember would crush up the like little Smartie, the like flavored sour little powder pucks, crush those up and snort them, which seemed very painful. Now you taste more vitamins. Taste the rainbow. Okay. So we can open Kiki. Kiki has me. We cannot transmute me. Me cannot be shut, so we can't do Baba is open, me is shut. But can we make it so that me is open, Baba is shut? Possibly. But that's going to be hard to construct to make sure that we still get a Baba afterwards. Because we need two things. That would be... I don't know. I'm not a medical professional. And also I'm not seeing the symptoms. Coughing up vitamin smoke? Don't know. Okay. You said, what if Kiki is me? Why? What would be the benefit? Oh no, you said me is Kiki. I said Kiki is me, so okay, what's the benefit of Kiki is me? Gonna have a drink? Probably a good idea. Tamp down the loose Vita smoke. Okay. I do think, okay, I think we need to do something where Baba is shut and me is open. So I'm gonna mess around with that. Whoop. No, not Baba is Kiki. So me is open. Baba will be shut. Oh, maybe we can turn Baba directly into me. Does a drink even help? Don't know. I mean, if you have loose powder, you've got dry things that can help it. It's basically like extra saliva, but I mean, I don't know if it's actually in your lungs, but sometimes you definitely do swallow it down the wrong down the wrong pipe. Okay, so we've got me is open and me is move. So if we turn Baba into me, and then, oh, what if me has Baba? Bad idea? Oh, wait, and if me has Baba, how do you destroy me? That's the real question. But if we have Kiki be shut as well. Oh yeah, but we need to get rid of Kiki, right? Oh no, but we turn Kiki into me. Okay. I'm forgetting some of the things that we were already talking about. So me is open, me is move, Baba is shut. Then we turn Kiki into me, and me has Baba. Yeah, but then how do we do me is open and is move? We do, right, that's why we have the extra me. We can do both. Because we need me to be able to move to... We need me to move so that it can, it needs to run into both Baba and the Kiki. So we need to find a way. How do we get... No, so we transform Kiki. Yeah, so we transform Kiki. We can't stand on Kiki, so we need to make Baba into me. Or no, we need to turn Kiki into me while Baba is standing in line with Kiki. Kiki has me, but we need to turn Kiki into me, I think. We got it? Question mark? Yeah, we're figuring it out. So, okay, me is open and me is move. These are good because Baba is shut. Me has Baba, so when me runs into Baba, we get a new Baba, and there will be no me. Don't vape vitamins. Johan approved message. So yeah, so now all we need to do is make Kiki as me while we're standing in line here, because as soon as there's me, we stop being us. Oh, okay, so we do this vertically so that we can do Kiki is me. Okay. So Baba is shut. Oh, wait, no. Wait, no! How do we make that work? Oh, okay, so we can do it this way. No, but that's not to do with me in line. Yeah, no, because vitamins and most medicines are just like very pressed powders, so you get a lot of little bits of dust in the bottles. So how do we get the Kiki as me? That was like the whole linchpin of this. Okay. I like this thought a lot, but also, do we even have enough ises? Don't? You've just said it's an unpleasant experience. Why would you want the Call of the Void? Okay. It's tasty? No. You are, well, I was going to say you're an adult. I don't know if you're an adult, but you are a free person to make your own choices. It seems not highly recommended. Do a puzzle with random Baba words? Without. How do we... Okay, so Kiki is me, but we need to do it while we're in the same row. Because as soon as we do that, it needs to be the same row without the hedge. That's actually just a level using level. I mean, eventually, I still, I have not figured out level packs. I need to clear off. I know it's not a lot of space. I will figure out level packs another day. I am willing to play through a short level pack, or at least chip away at ones. Sure. Choking on strawberry flavored vitamins after coughing a single time. Dun dun dun. Okay. Oh, how do we construct this? I've mixed this up horribly. The epitaphs can be neat. I think I've got all the right components. I think I'm just missing how to actually assemble it. Okay. So we need to like keep things over to the right somehow. So we've got this. And then we need a me. Can we... No, we can't do... Okay, so we can do that. Me is open. Yay! Or do we even want to do that yet? Yes, without. Not incredibly random, but it's an intriguing concept. Okay. So we want Kiki is me and me is open. Oh. Oh, wait. What if we do... Can we push... Oh, I wonder if we can form a long chain from down below to push up? That's it. Thinking vertically. We'll need to use an extra word, though. So, me has Baba, or Mia's move? No, because we need Baba is shut, so we'll do that one separately. Or... AVG, average is so annoying? What's wrong with average? Oh, do we have enough ises? So, me has Baba. No, we need we need is shut and is move. I ate my own hat. We have had some very terrible Thunder Junction luck recently, so the hat is no more for today. How's it going, personal? Oh, AVG as in, like, Avast antivirus? Yes. Antiviruses are often almost as annoying as some viruses. Okay. We need to figure out a way to turn some of this into a cross. Is a young spirit called an Inkling? Absolutely can be. It was inspired by the Inklings from Strixhaven. Oh, okay, so we can do this, I think. So now we've got Mia's move, and then we just need to, so, is, and then if we do is shut and push it up, we'll be in the right row. No, we won't be in the right row. So we just need to shift. So this is correct, I just need to shift it one further up. I'm going to cry. Okay. You're in the depths in the main game? Nice. Cruising along, Robert. Okay. So, Kiki is me is open. But we need the is open there. Okay, so peel off the Baba. That sounds horrifying. Okay. So we do Kiki is. Haha. Okay. Then we do shut. Okay, so me has Baba is shut. And then we do the Mia's move off as like a little cross one, the little plus. Oh, I feel very sane with this. Okay. Because this has all the components. These are all the components we thought of. Me moves. And then walks into the Baba, opens, which drops a Baba, and thus gets rid of that me. Huzzah! So now we just need to do Baba is win. So we need to wait, how do we do Baba is win now? Okay, so we can move this over. No, we don't want to move that over. Wait, have I... Okay, I've trapped that. That's not great. Oh, that's a problem, isn't it? That's a very big problem. We need to somehow... There's not a way to get shut off of there, is there? Quite possibly. We'll see how much Robert learned from it, though. Because I can watch things and learn absolutely nothing. Okay, so, here's how we can peel off the Baba is. That still sounds kinda awful, but it's okay. We've peeled off the skin of Baba is. Dun 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 dun. There we go. So now we can do that. Enter from below. And then move over. Baba is win! Huzzah! Alright. So now we can take a look. Take a look at Robert's level. Ooh! That did things. Coolio. Different sounds for new adventures. Um. What was the level, Robert, that you were looking for? Is it posted in the channel, or? Yes, it is a big pack. New adventures is a whole new world. It's posted. Which one is the name? I put thumbs up on the ones that I think we did on the stream so that I don't double up, but I might have accidentally put on. Johann Brain is Melt? Oh, I thought we did Johann Brain is Melt. That's the one that it does an infinite loop, yeah? I mean, there are two that do that, but we'll take a look. Because we've got Johann Brain is Melt. We didn't win it, but yeah, we took a look at it. Because basically no matter what you do, if you move left, it takes, or up, it takes a little longer. Oh. Oh, sorry. You would still seem to be in the stream at the time. So you can move up and reverse, but it's, I know you had said got to go, but this was before you had said that, I'm fairly certain. But yes, we've taken a look at it. We have seen that there are so many infinite loops. Do not see any way to actually win it. I assume it is unwinnable. I mean, the only move that you can do. Try beating it, be right back. I mean, are you just going to say that I didn't do it on stream while you were here? I mean, I don't think this is winnable in any way, yes, because brick is shift, so we need to be actively moving Kiki up, otherwise we simply lose it. Yeah, you can only move up, which moves Baba down, so... Right? Or am I... Is anyone seeing something I'm missing? Is bad is you, brick is shift, wall is stop, Bob is you, Bob is reverse, flag is win. Actually, why does moving Kiki up? Why does that... So, Kiki is not actually Kiki, Baba... Kiki is Baba. Right? Can you even do a separate retextured one like that? But there's no way to reach the flag without doing something that's going to trigger it, because wall is stopped, so you... I mean, I guess... Can you... Yeah, you can't do up and over to the side at the same time, so... I don't think it's winnable. Yeah, it's not winnable, Robert, right? Because literally the only option you have is to move up. You can move to the left once before you do that. Has to be winnable to be uploaded? Really? Okay. Then what on earth? There's hidden stuff I'm gathering, because Kiki seems to be getting influenced. I mean, I can see the... I only see two movement paths. You can move left, which moves you right once, before that becomes death, because Kiki can't survive the lateral movement. And then after that, you can only move up to prevent things from going haywire. I've tried all the directions. I've tried... Wait, what? I tried waiting. Why does waiting... I could have sworn I had tried waiting. So, no. Apparently I had not tried everything. Okay. A little, I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of hidden rules, because, I don't know, it's... shooting about in the dark, it doesn't melt my brain so much as make it itch. And make me want to open up my skull and remove it so I can scratch it. We've got about another 10 minutes of Baba, so let's see if we can do at least one more thing. Feeling dangerous. So yes, I don't know if my brain is melty, but my brain is certainly buzzing. Hopefully that is satisfactory to you. What's after Baba? Jump King. Because I have not been getting around to hardly... I need to get around to a lot more of it. Because I want to do that before I get around to Hollow Knight. And I keep ending up spending like 4 or 5 hours on Baba in a stream. So flag feeling win is defeat. So I haven't actually come across feeling in a non-custom one before. Hollow King, alright. Exactly. Jump Knight and Hollow King. Okay. It's flag feeling win. No, not all feeling win. Yeah, I don't know what feeling does. Flag is you, Baba is win. Okay, but so feeling is, it has the characteristic. You then modify it. If flag is win, flag is defeat. Okay. Whoop. Not quite right. Woo! X feeling Y is Z. When X has the property of Y, then it also has property Z. Okay, that does make sense. Well, we can pop in another one. Dangerous feeling. Flag feeling defeat is win. Shell is push. Text has. Flag is defeat, Bob is you. Okay. So... we don't have... oh, so flag feeling defeat is win. Huh. Yeah, text isn't even float. How can we? Because defeat is greater than win, but where else do we have... that's the only win in the level, right? So, dangerous feeling. But if flag is not defeat, flag will not be win, right? So we need to find a way to keep Baba alive? Huh. Baba has Baba, but if flag is defeat, we don't have double Baba. We could do... I don't know. Right, we don't have double Baba, but even if we do that, it releases the second Baba. Would that Baba not just also get defeated then? Jealous you, Baba has text? Okay. Yeah, we can try it. I don't know. That feels like it's not going to do what we need it to? Whoa! Nope. Shell is Baba, Baba is you. And you. Yeah, there's a lot of combinations. I get you. I'm not convinced in that ultimately being correct, but so now we do. Uh-oh. More vitamins? Too much health. You're going to be so unreasonably healthy. It's problematic. So now we do Shell is Baba, Baba is you. Okay, wait, we can do that. Okay, but now we've trapped a Baba. Too powerful to be kept alive. Dun dun dun. But we can move this down a little. No. No, that was silly. Okay, hold up. So yeah, can we just turn Shell into Baba and then... No, because we need to not be Baba when we turn Baba into text. Okay, so we do need the Shell. Shell has Shell, Shell is you? Could be. I think the main thing is trying to hot swap this in there is going to trap some text, but... So, we do Shell is text. I'm still, again, like, my gut reaction is that just the thing having the thing isn't going to fix it, but that does seem to be what the level is encouraging. Okay, so Shell has Shell, Shell is you. But we need an initial Shell. So you have returned, huzzah! And then Baba is flag. So flag is Shell. Okay. Shell has Shell, Shell is you. Then Baba is flag. It's like meta, nice. We enjoy meta. Does cool things. So Baba is flag. And then flag is defeat. Okay, so that does work. I assumed that it would just defeat itself rather than giving you the win. But, alright. Transform levels into stuff, which is very cool. Seasick, green Baba. If it defeated again, it would be an infinite loop. Right, that's what I figured. Oh, but he tries to avoid infinite loops by and large. Gotcha. I thought it would be a way to create an infinite loop, but fair enough, fair play. Baba feeling green is you, Baba is green. Flag feeling green is win. Had to stop, Baba and flag is word. Ah. Oh, but we only have one is. That's a problem. So we can do flag is push. Think you see it? So we can do something like that. If we do that, okay. So Baba feeling green is you, and Flag feeling green is Win. So both need to feel green, but how do we get both to feel green when we only have one is? Like, I can see how to swap around, but... That seems so seasick. Yeah, that's just joking about the color. Oh, feeling green. Okay. Is this going to do some sort of... It's got to be some sort of text overlapping, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Text underscore Baba and Flag. Yeah, that's what I'm just starting to think, but how do we do that while maintaining? I guess we can do this, and then we can... Yep. But then we need to figure out how to... Right. So we can't do Flag as you. Oh? It's simple? Oh dear. Baba is word. Baba is... Oh, Baba is word! You're right, it was simple. That's why you try the thing. We'll do this. This is our last Baba level for the day. There we go. I can speak words. Yep, you're doing the thing that I often do, of completely overthink the simple thing that you see in the first moments. Okay, crab feeling crab, except not actually active. Fish is you. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep, because you are also word. You Jav? You have a level? Okay. We will do one level after this. That is my cap for the day. I thought that's what I said. Okay, so algae on fish is hedge. Why? Because I would like to play some things other than Baba. I've played a huge amount of Baba, which is a lot more than I've been thinking. I enjoy it, I enjoy the hangout time, but I have other things that I'm trying to get to. So I was putting a cap of 1 hour. I am slightly bending it. Oh, we are not going to be beating it today. We will be doing our best. Baba is not life. I have many things that I want to get to outside Baba. I want to play through Hollow Knight, but I need to get through Jump King first because I've started that. Okay. So, shell is not crab, shell is not push, hedge is stop. We've got crab. Fish is you. Algae on fish is hedge. So, if we go here... Okay, that teleports us. It does happen, but an hour can... Whoop, not trying to pin that. I was trying to copy-paste text. No. How do I... There we go. Unpin. An hour can be plenty of time. Damn it. Okay. So... Okay, so we can teleport in here. So we want crab is win? Except stop is in the way. So can we just do... Oh, okay. Yep, that was me trying to copy Uno's level. Well, terribly sorry about that then, but I don't know. There are plenty of other things that are important to me to get to. can't disable the button. Yeah, which is quite frustrating. Okay. So how do we get through... So we can't avoid algae on Fish's Hedge. And we don't have access to you, so we can't be something else. So how do we get wind to work? We can push the is down and, like, load it, but then we don't have a way... So we can't get stop out of the way if we do that. So to get stop out of the way, we need to push it up. Are we going to need to use the shell to teleport it? So shell is teleport, but we can also do shell as push. So can we... Oh, so crab feeling stop is win, maybe? Shelleport. But if it's feeling stop, there's not a way onto it, right? And we also can't then make it stop. Crab feeling push? No. Crab feeling tele? Oh man. Oh, and shell can't be push, so never mind. There goes that whole idea. Okay. Once more with feeling, so it's going to involve feeling somehow. That's what was tripping me up, because we've got this, but it's going to be crab feeling stop, probably? That sounds good, Carsey. Please do that. Okay. So we can do crab... So we can do crab feeling. Crab feeling stop is win. It's the only construct I can think of, because if we push under stop, it gets blocked off. Spilling vitamin everywhere? No! That is not good. What are vitamins? Sort of nutritional supplements that help you grow, be strong, do the things that you need to do. Okay, so we've got that. P-Soryu? Huh? You sure are a strange one, Carsey. Okay, so crab feeling stop is win, but we can't make the crab stop. The crab is unstoppable. I mean, you have hands, you have opposable thumbs so you can grip things. There are options beyond licking it off the keyboard. I don't fault you, I have done similar things on my own. So grabbing them just means you get more vitamin. I do not judge you harshly. I am simply saying, I think you had other options. Oh, it was vitamin powder? Well, okay, even then, you can, like, dab a little saliva on the tip of your finger and then wipe it off gently. Okay, so I don't think that's right. We can have a feeling crab. I don't think that does much. We could have crab. I also don't think that does much, especially since we can't move it. Oh, could we do crab as push? You remove the intermediary, but also consider that the hand has been touching the keyboard. So, I think it's similarly equal. My main concern is about the keyboard getting saliva in it. Might be crazier than meta? Oh dear. Okay, so I think we need is and I think we need the is and push, but how would we do that? Oh wait, no. Okay, we overlap crab with feeling. I don't know why, but trust me on this. There's probably not any benefit there, but then we move crab in here. Okay. Then we can do crab as push this way. Can we? Yes, we can, because we can do it down here. Haha. Crab will push. So then we do this. Persist. Persist means that if something would be destroyed, it instead will not be destroyed? It gives determination from Undertale. Oh, wait, we don't need overlap crab and feeling, but we need that so that we get both of them in here. There was a reason to overlap crab and feeling. I had a feeling that we needed to overlap something. So it just means it stays if you win the level? Oh, it's a meta word. Oh, that would indeed make sense. So it will stick. Oh, so rather than transforming something, you make something persistent and then it appears on the map? Or does it save the position so that you, next time you go to the level, goes from the map to the level? Cool. Okay, so Shell is no longer teleport because that's problematic. Okay. So we still want the levels inside meta had levels. Dear Lord. Okay. So we want crab is push. So that we can push it. We'll break this so that we can get feeling in front of it. But then we want crab as push. So that we can... Oh, wait, no. We want the crab to be here. So that we can push feeling through it. Okay, this is fine. So now we just need to push something through the crab. That sounds horrifying. So that is goes down. Right? So we do this. So now we have stop is win, and then we push feeling through the crab and we're standing on... Oh, but no, that's why we have the other crab. So we do crab is stop, so we need to push it through with the other is. Oh, that was a mistake, perhaps. Oh, that was bad. Don't look at it. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Okay. So if you do text on lava is persist in a level, then go to the map, then text is in the level that was on lava, then the text in the level that was on lava persists onto the map. Gotcha. With visit, you can persist things onto different levels, just not the map. Visit just teleports you to the next level depending on how the object is facing. Wonky. Okay. Okay, so we do is. And then we Oh, so no, crab needs to not be there. I was thinking we push feeling, but we need to make it so that crab is stop, and we push so we can put crab here and feeling. Undertale when? We already did Undertale. Undertale was a while ago. Can you die from vitamin overdose? I believe certain vitamins. Undertale yellow when? Don't know. Probably a while. A lot of other things to get through. I know that there are some vitamins that tend to not cycle through your body as much, and I believe that those are a much more practical overdose, but most vitamins, I believe you tend to just simply urinate out. If you have too much. Yes, there are. You can skip through them. Undertale blue when? You can kill Sans? Technically, so can I. It just takes a while. Okay, so now we... Whoop! Okay, so we do feeling. Then we push the is through. Undertale Perseverance, is that another fan game? No, Undertale and stuff will be a while yet. If we get around to it. We'll see, because, again, I don't know how long I get to keep doing this as like a full-time thing, but I'm hoping that we can get through Hollow Knight, or at least the bulk of it, before, like, June, because that's sort of the first break point. Perseverance is the soul trait of Blue Soul? Ah, okay. I gotcha. Voop voop. Crab is stop, crab is win. Okay. Take a look at Uno's level, and then some Jump King. Can you be Baba is you pro gamer? Ugh, I don't think I want to be. That will not be my life. There are people who are far better and do a lot, I think have a lot more fun with puzzles than I do. I enjoy it, but... I do enjoy puzzles, but I could not do that for the rest of my life. So, get new levels, use level code. Red Soul is ball game? Huh? Dehydrating the plants. Oh dear. So this is the one with the words Kiki and without? Oh no, okay. Text is not float. No! Curses. How dare. When you're still playing the main pack? Gotcha. So text is not float. This is evil. Taking me out of my element. You beat ball game within certain times. It says one soul traits in its color. Ah. So Fufu is safe. Okay. Fufu on grass is not safe. Okay, so not safe. Oh dear. So Red Soul is ball game. Okay. Lily is Tella and safe. Water on Lily is not sink. Fufu is sad and you. What does sad do? I'm crying. Water is still and sink. Okay. I do like Fufu. Or Fofo? Oh, it's Fofo, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I see two O's and I go long O. Fofo is depressed, sad. Fo. This is the Walking Dead don't dead open inside. It's just visual. Aw. Okay. I'm just a sad little Fofo. Blah. Blah. Funfizgan. Fofo is sad because text is not float. Oh, that makes sense. Fofo, my heart. Wait, why does that explode? Hold up. Level without water is win. Grass eat Fofo? Oh no, okay. But water. Okay, but why does that happen? I don't understand it, and it terrifies me. Lily, sink? Oh, is there some overlapping grass that makes sync? Okay, so we teleport on the whims of the wind, and we move around, and we're destroying our sadness. Not a puzzle. Yep, that's what I'm realizing. We're going around, and it's a little experience, and I enjoy that. We are a little wandering creature who is sad, but we are eating our tears. Which is really cute. Thank you, Uno. This is lovely. I like the vibes a lot. I'm a sucker for anything with rain and small creatures. Whoop. I guess I can just be waiting, can't I? I don't know, the concept of a small creature that doesn't have control over where it goes is very strange, but I like. Actually, you know what this is making me think of? You're dehydrating the plants, I see. Hence the title, Dehydrating Plants. We deprive them of water. Yeah. The plants have perished. But no, that was really sweet. Thank you. It reminds me a little bit. A book that I've never read. Okay, Terry Pratchett. I'm gonna start queuing up Jump King, because Jump King is great for just having conversations and talking. So thank you, that was very fun. Had some good Bava times. And that was a really good experience, and thank you. That's very sweet. I really appreciate that you made a level with me in mind. That's very cool. And thank you to everyone who does that. That's really neat. I'm taking a brief time out. Thank you to all of you. I really appreciate it. I probably don't say it as much as I should. It's really cool that you all are hanging out with me doing things that I'd be doing. That's a really neat experience. So thank y'all. I really appreciate the support, and it's really cool that I'm worth hanging out with. We'll get stream title updated. Jumpin' and talkin'. Jump King is not free. It's fairly cheap, but not free. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, it's just, I mean, it's cool. It's cool that the internet allows connections like that. Smoking hot baba. That's you know what? Sure. Smoking hot baba at the top. With a little Jump King. Doo-doo-doo. Ha-ha. And Jump King. Baba is hot. As I've said, I'm not planning on pursuing anything further with Baba. Baba is Baba, Baba is timeless. But, I mean, come on. It's €12.99 for Jump King? Whoa. I guess I got it on sale because it was like around $5 when I grabbed it. So I would consider that on the cheaper end for a lot of the things I look at, but yeah, $12.99 is not. Yeah, so keep an eye out for when it's on big sale, I guess. Doot. But yeah, so, Uno, what I was saying, the lily pads remind me a little bit. I need to read more Terry Pratchett. I think I've mentioned that I'm reading The Hogfather, but there's a series, I believe it's, like, I know the first book is Truckers, I've read it. I have not read the other ones. But I believe the overall thing is called the Bromeliad trilogy or tetralogy. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4. But, there's a lovely little quote from it, where it's talking about bromeliads, which are these, plants that, in rainforests, oh dear, collect water, and there are tadpoles that get born in them and live their entire lives. Basically, in these flowers, they become frogs, and they grow up in there, and they don't know the ground. It's their entire world, and there's just a very lovely little quote, talking about that. And I don't know, the little creature wandering around the lily pads, not getting to control where it's landing, and just destroying the water. I don't know, it's making me think of that. It's giving me similar vibes. So that was a really sweet experience, and thank you for putting that together, Uno. $12.99 is too much for a rage platformer game. I think that's a reasonable statement. I'm typically buy things on sale. It's like us living on Earth with the same thing, no? Like us living on Earth, yeah, where we, we're born here and we're pretty landlocked to it. I do think that we look beyond it a little bit more than other creatures, but I mean, I don't know. There's probably some of those rain frogs that do occasionally visit the floor. That would be the same thing as an astronaut. You make one thing free forever. What would I make free? Oh. Like a single item or a single category of item? Like, do I get to decide something that is now a genuine utility that everyone has access to, or is it like this one stake? Free immortality? Yeah, immortality is a tricky thing, because just giving people... Yeah, immortality is that's a whole thing. But a lot of the options for it are going to be very expensive. So that would be an option. But I mean, you also need to be careful with how you're defining immortality, right? Because if you simply define it as... My understanding of immortality is the concept of basically no cap on your age. There will not be a finite limit to how long you can persist. Not one specific thing, you just have to give one answer. And no ands. Okay. So I don't know. Immortality, I think, is a big can of worms, and something that's still very hypothetical. Food is an interesting concept. We're already dead? Man. So, like, water is already fairly cheap. The main issue with that is supply. Food is honestly a similar thing. Change all of our cells during our life? Well, now that's just the ship of Theseus problem. I wonder... It might be... If it could be one thing, it would healthcare, I think, is probably too broad, right? There's too many things for that to probably reasonably qualify, but I think in that vein, it would probably be vaccination. Because I think vaccines are one of the most, now as in, you've seen someone say living? Seen someone say living as in cost of living? Oh. Healthcare free already? Depends on where you're living. There are, at least in the US, it certainly isn't, and there are a lot of... I know that one of the issues with a lot of, like, third world nations is it's not necessarily even the access to things. It's expensive to ship some of the materials that are required there. So cost of living, I mean, that's really broad, and I feel like that would probably include healthcare, right? Depends on if you're American or not, right? Because, yeah, like, in America, it's quite expensive, and there are definitely places that don't have the infrastructure. No, there are plenty of places other than America. If you're talking about fairly well-developed infrastructures, yes. But for ones that aren't, it's still a logistical issue in a number of cases. I think medical things are too expensive for too expansive or expensive, too costly. Because in America, they are too expensive for, I would say, no good reason, yes, but we know the reasons. So I mean, like, okay, if it can be as broad as cost of living, I think that's kind of a no-brainer, right? Oh no, no worries. Just checking because it might have been a different thought. Damn. What's the reason? Essentially, it's to make private insurance worthwhile. A lot of things get upcharged far beyond cost, so that essentially it's a deal where the insurance companies, the suppliers don't want to take a cut to their pay, and the insurance companies want to make as large a margin as possible, so there's on the books massively inflated prices for people who don't have healthcare, which are used for the process of billing, and then the actual cost is much less, so it's basically, it's generating the profit margins. which there's more nuance to it than that, but that's the baseline, and that's one of the major complaints that a lot of people have about the US healthcare system. Because if you are paying for health insurance, it's not that terrible. Paying for health insurance can be quite costly, but there are quite a few plans that cover a fair bit. You can insure insurance. Oh dear. That's wonky. So, insurance as essentially already a gambling thing, but then a meta gamble? Ooh, okay, why was it walking that far? Yeah, so, okay, like, cost of living, if we can be that expansive, I think cost of living would definitely be the answer. If limiting it more, I think vaccinations is like a singular thing that's not just super broad, I think would be what I would make free, because those are something that are genuinely fairly expensive to produce in some cases. And I think they are one of the most effective preventative pieces of medicine that we have. Getting everyone to actually get vaccinated is a whole other challenge, but I think reducing the cost, I mean, things like malaria can be significantly helped by that. What if you make everyone think that you're dead, that you don't need to pay taxes? You get into some issues. Insurance is a lottery you don't want to win in, pretty much, right? You're taking a gamble that you pay insurance because you think, well, insurance is a lottery that you do want to win, because otherwise, if you genuinely think that you will never need insurance, you don't pay for insurance. But then something that you weren't expecting happens, and you're very glad that you paid for insurance. But yeah, Robert, pretending that you're dead so that people don't come after you for taxes can get quite tough, and if you are ever found out, governments tend to get a little grumpy about that. People have tried. That is something that I think about, probably more than I should, is the fact that there are very few places in the world now that aren't claimed by a country, by some sort of authority. There's like a small triangle in the middle of Africa that is basically so barren that when two countries kind of ignored their claims to it, no one's bothered resolving it. Government pays you medical insurance because you study in school, which the government pays for. Makes sense. They're figuring that, hey, we are investing in our citizenry, become more educated, and we would also like that investment to be protected. That seems like a reasonable idea. That is something I have heard a lot of folks in America talk about. We have a lot of budgetary issues that get very politically sensitive, though. So, it's something where I think there are very few people in general. I mean, this is me talking about the US and my experience of talking to people from a lot of different sides of the political spectrum. But I think, by and large, there are very few people who genuinely dislike policies that give them more things. But I think there's a lot of disagreement on the, people have different interests at stake, what they want to prioritize, and there's limited resources. And I think, as a result, a lot of people can't agree on the best way to go about it, and as a result, sometimes disagree on what even to go about. Which, I mean, that's the issue with being a large organization of people. The bigger a place is, the more varied views that you have to try and integrate, and the worse it gets for everyone. Trying to compromise and make everyone happy is usually something that we have adages about how that doesn't work. Damn. But yeah, I don't know. Vaccination, I think that would be a very good thing to have be truly free. That's one of the things the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I think, is a great example of very individually wealthy people, founder of Microsoft, using their wealth for some genuine, really good philanthropy. And a big part of what they do is making things like vaccinations cheaper for folks. I don't make states based on location, not on location, but on values. Well, because geography often actually shapes values. And also, I think segregating people ideologically gets into a lot of problems. I think at that point you don't have a state real, or you don't have a state in the concept of organizing people in general, like how any country is a nation state. I think that if you group those purely ideologically, you get two different ones. Because, the way a country is held together is by this idea, basically unifying myth of all of these disparate groups being one people. There needs to be a greater idea. There's the concept of, Germany rather than German states. There's a concept of being an American rather than, from Tennessee. Be a hermit when you're old? I think that's not an unreasonable answer to it. But where will you do that where you're not going to have to pay taxes? There's not a lot of places where governments aren't going to care that you're living there anymore. In your mind? That's fair. Still freedom up there. But no, I mean, like, I know there's still some homesteading programs in Canada, which are kind of interesting, where you basically, you don't pay for land, your payment is you go out and you try to improve it and make it usable, which is neat, but I believe property taxes and such do still come up. There's also someone who still lives on a cabin in a national park in Alaska. Oh, Tim said hi! Hello! Hope the stream went well. Depths 5? Sick! States without taxes, you think? I'm not familiar with many that are without it. I know there are a lot of states that tend to give like very large tax breaks to attract, large investments, but not familiar with any that genuinely don't charge taxes, because that makes it really hard to fund anything. So yes, I say hello back to Tim, which I want to say Vim because Vimotheus, but so goes by Tim. Awesome, glad. Dun, 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 dun. The double stream. You get double the content, Carsey. That is also a phenomenon that I find very interesting, is using multiple screens at once. It's something that I've done even before I had 2 monitors. But, like, yeah, I'm not going to say, like, a commentary overall on, like, oh, our attention spans have gotten so much shorter, how could we? But, I don't know, it's interesting to me that one stream of content often is not enough these days. We're just going to communicate by stream chats. You have become the messenger, Carsey. Thank you. What happens if you don't have income and don't pay taxes? Well, typically there is a threshold below which a state will not require you to pay taxes. I know at least in the US, if it's below the standard deduction. But even then, any income, there's still, like, federal taxes on, basically, you have income tax, which is the thing, but then, at least with, like, employers, you have federal withholdings for Social Security and the like. Potentially, but you still have to file your taxes. Didn't respond. Well, we were learning that Tim is speedrunner of all bladder-related things. So if you don't have an employer, so if you just exist, I mean, they will ask you to file, which there is typically a cost associated with. I don't think you can get away with just not filing. It depends on the country. I know the US is... I know the US system for that. I know that even if you are an expat, they still stop falling. Look, man, I'm trying. But technically, every jump is a controlled fall, so I can't just simply stop falling. Well, I could, and then I would just fly up and win the game, but... Dislike bureaucracy? This is true. That's how you win? Yeah. Okay, I'll work on it. Yeah, no, it's the thing is, like, I dislike bureaucracy in a lot of the little details, but I'm also, just fly, yeah. I'm someone who was born through C-section. I would not have probably survived without hospitals. And those hospitals were paid for by, the taxes of people that got organized. There were people who were able to invest their time and specialize in medicine to be able to deliver me. That's just one of many things. I like having a toilet, and we don't have sewers without that organization. Turn depths 5 into a wall, don't know how it helps me. Well, I don't know either, but good job? But yeah, I don't know, I have a lot of issues. Romans had sewers, they did, absolutely, which they stole from the Celts. And it was way simpler, but they still had specific artisans and whatnot. And I would argue that Roman bureaucracy was sometimes way worse than modern ones. No, it's a little bit joking about stealing, but no, I mean, a lot of modern plumbing actually, I believe, comes from some ideas that were originally Celtic in origin. Turn 5 depths 5 into anything? I don't think so. I don't remember having to do anything meta with depths, but no, I mean, yeah, there were a lot of good things about the Roman Republic, but also, like, their senatorial system was very easily broken. The tribunary? The veto of a tribune was absolute, which was highly abusable, and we saw that break down entirely because, I mean, it was basically you needed religion to keep people from committing massive amounts of political violence, and then that taboo got broken and things went to absolute hell. Already forced you to turn levels into stuff multiple times? What? Hold up. Which one is depths? Oh, I'm thinking of chasm, aren't I? Depths, Baba is you. Oh, okay, yes, depths does do stuff. I don't remember turning anything into wall. I was thinking chasm. That was my bad. Yeah. So no, I do not recall having to turn anything into a wall. Used to dislike religion, but think there might be a point to it, even if it's not true. I agree with that. I am someone who is, by and large, I think agnostic is probably the closest thing, the best way to describe it, as in, I'm not atheistic necessarily, but I'm not going to take things on faith, and generally I am not a fan of large organized religion for personal use. But I don't know, I definitely softened on it after I had some very lovely Jehovah's Witnesses talk to me, and having a very long conversation with them realized that our difference in opinion essentially boiled down to our application of Occam's razor, in that he felt that with all of the magnificence of nature and all of its complexity, the simplest solution was that someone had created it. Which, okay. Whereas to me, I look at all of this complication and I go, well, wouldn't it be just an extra step to have someone complicated enough to come up with all of this? Wouldn't that just be an extra step to have someone complicated enough to do all of that get created? But, I mean, yeah, burden of proof. So it's something where we disagree on how we apply that. To him, it was simpler to have there be a creator, whereas to me, that's a far more complicated thing. But a lot of our thoughts about the world and things, we come to very similar philosophical conclusions, but that key difference was what had him going around trying to save my eternal soul, and me going, look, I'll talk to you, but I don't think I have one. I don't know, and I took a couple of very interesting classes on religion in college, and actually I was asked by one of the religion professors to give a sort of TED-like talk, which was very interesting. But yeah, I don't know, I think almost every human creation has some sort of purpose, even like astrology, I take as a somewhat similar thing. I don't think there's harm in astrology so long as people don't make important life decisions based purely on it. Um, but I think there's a lot of value to people I consider it an art, right? It's people finding things that resonate with themselves and integrating it into their understanding. It's a means of reflection, just like the Myers-Briggs personality test. Statistically, it's a highly unreliable and not really a valid instrument. Big Five personality tests are a much better form of it. Because those are something that we have a lot of data on and have demonstrated themselves to be consistent. We've used factor analysis to extract the factors, etc., etc. That said, I'm not going to begrudge anyone the Myers-Briggs personality test, because a lot of people find value in using it to help understand bits about themselves. And it changes over time because personality does legitimately change over time. And the Myers-Briggs is very flexible in that, and it will help reflect what people are looking to understand in themselves, I think, because that influences how they answer the questions. What's personality? Oh, me dusting off. Yeah, personality it's essentially, I'm trying to remember the textbook definition, but personality is the sort of stable behaviors, the long-term stable characteristics that define how someone acts. So like maybe you have a very outgoing personality, you're very affable, you are someone that likes to be around other people, and so on and so forth. And people tend to get along with. That would be an aspect of personality. What I'm describing sounds like a combination, I believe, of agreeableness and extroversion in the Big Five. But yeah, oh wow, my voice. But yeah, personality is essentially, it's trying to look at, broadly speaking, what are the differences between people in the way they interact with the world and the decisions they make. And the method for finding the Big Five was essentially, they had an intern go through the dictionary, turn depths 5 into me. I don't remember. I really don't remember, Robert. I will say, the wiki is often a very good place for, if you can, it can spoil you, but you can like just barely look at like first steps or whatnot, or look at headings, and you can find out what something needs to be turned into, things like that. If you're at the point where you're asking me, I think the wiki will probably give you a much more reliable answer. But yeah, so they had an intern go through, I forget which dictionary, but one of the fairly widely accepted ones, and list out all words that had to do with personality in the English language. And then they went through a series of rounds where they essentially had people sort them in order. You have turned the level into me. Congratulations. There is now more you. Think you did the right thing? Sick. Well then, experiment, find out, play around. And by me, I assume you mean into Baba, right? I will say you do need a lot of Babas, but there are times where you need to sacrifice Babas. Got no collision because it's now me? Yup. But yeah, I believe they basically sorted, oh, the character me. Oh. I don't remember doing that, but pop off. Have I read the Sky Rover? I have not read the Sky Rover. I'm not familiar, no. There we go. Well, I assume you're elaborating on that. Basically, they had people sort groupings of the words to try and figure out what were sort of the most relevant personality words to use. And then had people basically do a bunch of self-reports on what they thought on basically various concepts, various, like, I feel sad, and so on and so forth. Got a huge amount of data on that. Think you can beat depths now? Awesome. Good luck. Let us know how that goes. they had people basically report on how they feel about particular things, and then they ran it through a factor analysis, which involves a lot of math I'm not super familiar with. But we're basically able to extract 5 major factors from it, 5 major patterns in the data, which they then, looking at the questions, decided to come up with names to describe based on what the questions broadly seem to have to do with. And so one of those factors was openness, which is sort of your desire to interact with new experiences. So high openness, you like new things, whereas low openness, you are much more a creature of habit. You like to keep up with the things that are... You don't need those newfangled things. You gotta keep things going the way they are. Question mark keeps going after beating depths? I don't remember. Think your personality changed a lot? It does change a fair bit over time. They're broadly stable, but you do see sometimes there are things that can cause catastrophic shifts, and by and large, aging also causes some shifts. Thought you would already beat it? I don't remember. It's been a while, and there's been a lot of Baba in between, Robert. But mess around, experiment, have fun. There's a lot more to do in Baba, no matter what stage you're in. So openness, basically, hey, new experiences, cool stuff. Extroversion is actually fairly related to that. It's less about socialness. Got orb, yay orb. Extroversion in the big 5 it's less about if you like other people, and it's more about sort of seeking new experiences. Extroversion seems to be most can probably consciously change your personality somewhat. There was a study that we looked at that was looking at people who were given goals to try and help shape it, and if I remember correctly, the people who had like very particular goals they didn't actually see a significant change in comparison to people who didn't have those, but I believe broad sweeping goals. So rather than, I'm going to go out and I'm going to meet, 50 new people, saying, I'm going to say yes to more parties, I believe they saw a statistically significant increase in comparison to the baseline groups. What do orbs even do? They're bonus. They are orb. Why would you not want orb? Don't worry about it. Does orb need to do anything? Simply ponder orb, and you will have a good time. But yeah, so extroversion is sort of related to seeking out new experiences as opposed to whether or not you necessarily like them. Basically, extroverts are people who tend to see a higher reward in seeking out things as opposed to people who are lower extroversion, who, I've already got what I need. Conscientiousness has to do with like cleanliness, organization, keeping promises, etc., etc. Whoop. Used to be an extrovert, but introvert. Yeah, and it's tough because big 5 personality psych, which is one of the leading one of the leading theories in it right now, which also is a little rough because it's mostly been validated in English, right? So in other languages, we've actually seen some variation. By and large, the factor seems to stay the same, but I think big 6 factor model fit better in like Japan. But what it means by extrovert versus introvert, because it doesn't really use the word introvert, right? It means a very different thing than what we colloquially refer to. It's like when we talk about an extrovert or an introvert, we're talking about people who sort of like to be or don't like to be social. And there is some correlation, because extroverts, as we think of it socially, tend to be higher in extroversion because new friends, more social acquaintances, are rewarding, whereas people we think of as social introverts tend to be lower on extroversion because there's not as much reward to going out to the party and whatnot. Found out that the empty level I thought only had a flag to win on the map actually used to hide everything, including the orb. Ah. Orb. We like orb. Do not hide orb. So yes, conscientiousness, cleanliness, things like that. agreeableness, which is sort of to do with like how kind of good-naturedness is, I guess, a good way of talking about it. It's affability. Do people like you? Are you someone who gets frustrated easily? Do you have a more even temperament? What about laziness? Low conscientiousness would typically be associated more with laziness, but there are a number of factors because, again, laziness is a fairly large construct, right? Because sometimes laziness, what we perceive as laziness, can also be related to like emotional swings and whatnot, which brings me to the last big five factor, which is neuroticism, with a high neuroticism being related to like higher degrees of depression and anxiety, and low neuroticism being less of that. So, like, laziness, if you were to define it as a particular construct to run a study, would probably be something to do with the amount of, like, labor or output that people are able to manage. Conscientiousness would probably be a fairly high correlate of it. So basically lower conscientiousness, it would be a direct relation. So lower conscientiousness would probably be related to higher laziness. So sorry, not direct, inverse relationship. Whereas I would suspect that we would see neuroticism be a direct correlate, so that the higher someone's neuroticism score, that would also probably be an indicator of higher laziness as we're defining it. But I think there's also a lot of discussions to be had about, what if someone doesn't have the emotional well-being to get up and, do their dishes, is that laziness? I'd say probably not. But I think for what we could actually measure of laziness as a concept, as a construct, we would probably see that be a relation. Agreeableness, I don't think would probably be very related. Extroversion, probably not either. And openness, also probably not. I don't know, openness might be just on the basis, and extroversion. I don't know, because laziness is a really tough construct to define, right? Because I think we often associate it with, like, messiness and whatnot, but it's also, are you trying to take shortcuts? And so I could see extroverts perhaps actually being higher in, or people high in extroversion being higher in a construct of laziness that encompasses, like, shortcutting, because they have a higher sense of reward, so they might be more likely to try and cut corners to reach the reward more quickly. But it might also be something where helps contribute to a strong work ethic, and it might be different in different people, the way it works. So it might be something where where extroversion is too big of a construct to see a relationship between it, which is why they've also done factor analyses on the factor analysis, and the big five factors also have facets and aspects that some people sometimes research. And when it gets down into that, I start to forget all of the things that are associated. But like conscientiousness, industriousness is one of the facets, I believe, as opposed to, I forget what the other facet would be. But like, why do you watch this stream? Tough question. And personality doesn't actually necessarily indicate that, right? Instead of bettering yourself, well, is watching this stream not bettering yourself? You're having conversations. It's a form of socialization. It's certainly better than simply sitting around idly or maybe consuming pure gaming content. You're interacting with someone, even if it's having a conversation with an internet stranger who's representing themselves as a little ink blob. So I mean, I think there's a conversation around that and what you perceive as bettering yourself. But personality is not actually a great tool for that. Sitting around idly is underrated. You can learn a lot through boredom, which I think we've also talked about. But oftentimes when we sit around idly these days, we're not actually truly idle. Yep. But I don't know, personality is a great technique for looking at two people reacting to the exact same situation in different ways and saying, oh, okay, more, these seem to be broad sweeping differences in how these folks make decisions. So we can predict roughly, that if given the opportunity to go to a party, someone who's high in extroversion and particularly also high in like agreeableness is probably going to say yes, whereas someone who's low in extroversion, low in agreeableness, probably going to say no. Especially, you might throw conscientiousness into the mix if it's something about where going to the party is going to mean that they do less studying. But when it comes to why is someone sitting around watching streams as opposed to sitting around reading a book or so on and so forth, that's a much that gets into more like individual psychology. What brings you down is seeing people less talented than you beating you with hard work. Interesting. Why do you perceive them as less talented than you? That would be one of my questions with it. Because that's something for me. I was someone who breezed through school a fair bit, but, I'm running into a point in my life right now. Because you know them in the past? Okay. I don't know. For me, I've resolved the fact that there are a lot of people that have less talent at some of the things I'm good at by realizing a lot of them have talents in other areas. For example, I would consider people who are able to muster themselves for hard work. Why he doesn't walk instead of only jumping? Well, he can walk a little bit, but he's got to jump to build up leg day. Like beating them in math competitions and such, but now they're better at problem solving. Well, and I would say that their talent may not be an innate talent for math, but they have a talent for perseverance and building up that is not that you don't necessarily not have that ability, but they have developed a stronger work ethic in that area. That's what their talent, where their talent lay. I mean, that's something for me. Like, I can have a fairly strong work ethic, but I found that I delved too far into it and it was quite damaging to my mental health. Yeah, no. I don't think you are. I'm just talking it through. So yeah, like for me, it was something where when I was giving my all, I tend to overcommit to things, and it was causing a lot of burnout, and I missed out on some important. Wow, my spacebar did not want to operate there. Wonky. But it was something where a lot of the way that I was relating to hard work was not great for me. So I've been trying to make changes and develop basically a new set of coping mechanisms for dealing with that. So there are a lot of people that have a much higher, I guess, degree of resilience, I would probably refer to it as. So they're more talented in resilience. And so that's something where I'm having to put in a lot of conscious effort. That's part of why I'm really enjoying playing Jump King and games like that, is because I think that this is a great exercise in not getting frustrated and learning how to cope with the imperfection, which perfection is something that stops me from doing a lot of stuff. So I don't know. Do I really think so? Yeah. That's what I've been working on for the past couple years of my life. I look at, is playing Jump King good for me? It is, because I'm engaging with it actively as a tool for self-betterment. Same thing, is Jump King intrinsically healthy for me? No. There's nothing that's inherently good about Jump King versus anything else, but, I'm engaging with it actively. It's no different from reading a book when, if I'm trying to learn more about human nature, reading Crime and Punishment. That's a nonfiction, or not a nonfiction, that's a fiction story, but it's got a lot of interesting thoughts and themes that cause me to mull on it more. Playing Jump King, it's practicing a skill in a fairly safe microcosm of building resilience. Playing a lot of Magic drafts and losing miserably. I've gotten a bit frustrated with that. I compare that, previously, I probably would have felt like that was the end of the world, because I'm hypersensitive to things like that. But now, I got a little visibly frustrated on stream, probably. But I moved on, and I had fun doing other things. So I feel proud of myself for that. I think that's legitimate growth. I don't know if that's necessarily a personality shift, but I would suspect that I would score lower on metrics of neuroticism now. My depression is probably a bit lower. Anxiety is still something I grapple with. Depression is still something I grapple with, but it's a lot less than it used to be. So, I don't know. People have different paces. People do different things. So I don't typically think that anyone is less talented overall than other folks. I think there are people who are less talented in particular areas. Saying what's good or bad is only possible if you have clearly defined goals. Exactly. So I don't have particularly clearly defined goals, but I have recognized that a lot of that for me stems from essentially anhedonia. I don't get a lot of pleasure out of most activities. Celeste is a game about depression. I've heard that, and that's part of why I would love to take a look at it. There are a lot of games that have a lot of messages and themes in them. Games are a form of media for exploring important concepts. You can play Celeste as just a platformer and get nothing about the message of depression. You can also play it and be a terrible person for doing platformers, but you can still try and get the story. You can find ways to help modify it so that it's a challenge that's appropriate to your level and still learn what it's trying to tell you. You can watch other people play it and see that storyline. Games are a fascinating piece of media in that. Because, I mean, it's interactive storytelling. When, I think Skinamarink was one that Lumery was talking about, that I think is interactive, and I think some of the Black Mirror things on Netflix also interactive. Those are essentially just rudimentary point-and-click storytelling video games. But I think a lot of people find them more socially acceptable because they have a prejudice towards video games. But television, well, that's, nice, respected broadcast network things, and streaming is, not quite the same, but it's still, there's companies making it. Life is a video game? You can draw that equation if you want, yeah. I certainly know that some of the times where I've been most motivated to exercise in my life are when I equate it to leveling up. Why not? What would be the difference between regular life and a video game for someone who is blind? You're relying on, proper modifications so that you've got good sound cues and such. I think that there is no video. Well, I mean, there's still the video component, but then there are no video games for blind people would be the argument, which I suppose, okay. But, if you're drawing the parallel between they are a series of, small tasks that you're trying to accomplish, usually to get to some larger task, and that oftentimes there's a lot of emergent gameplay where you're having to define what's important to you, is grinding and getting everything right what's valuable, or is it trying to actually, quickly get to the end? Is it finding fun? Is it talking to all of the NPCs and seeing what stories the person wanted to tell? It's, everything's a game. I am very much a proponent of we get to define what has value in our own lives, which is a very scary prospect in a lot of ways, but also a very interesting and freeing one. Quickly get to the end for you? Okay. Oh, yeah, for life? Yeah. Not usually a good one. I mean, I would say there are definitely people where things like settling down and marriage are things that they really highly prioritize, sometimes to their detriment. They aren't thinking so much about the growing old part of it, but they're thinking about hitting those checkpoints. And for some people it works out. I've seen a lot of people where that works out very poorly. And I think you can get salty, you can tilt out. The way I have felt about relationships and romance in the past. I would say I had gotten tilted, if you want to draw that parallel, because I was getting very frustrated because I did not understand how to interact with people in that level. I still wouldn't say I particularly do, but I've developed a much more healthy attitude towards it. I mean, yeah, that's the beauty of things is that you can draw parallels pretty much however you want. Trick is to not try. Well, I don't know. I think the trick is to do whatever, I don't know, because some people aren't dialed in properly, right? I was going to say, do whatever feels right to you, but there are some people where I think they don't particularly understand how to respect others, and that can be problematic. Now, in relationships, yeah, and I guess if you say the trick is not to try, in the sense of don't try too hard to be something you're not, I think I would agree with that. But I don't know, like for me, one of my things is I get very afraid, even just with friendships, because I consider that part of relationships and whatnot. It's not romantic, but it's platonic. I often find myself having an issue of being afraid to try too much because, as with work, made a lot of progress. Yeah, I know. Look how far I've gotten. But I don't know. It's something where I get afraid that me actually just doing the things that I think are normal and good will somehow come off as like horrifying. But like, I don't know, I write letters to my friends. I put little wax seals on them, and I've finally gotten comfortable with that's a thing I do, and that's not intrinsically weird. Yeah, friendships are interesting, that we just go, you there. You're another human, and I enjoy your company. My life is better with you around. Please stick around more. Tim says hi. Hello, Tim. You too are a messenger. What's Tim playing today? Mario Maker or... Whoop. Ah. Splat. Whoop, whoop. Mario Maker, nice. Hope things are going well. I think Carsey said earlier that they were at least at that point. So that's good. Speaking about letter writing, okay. Well, tell Tim I also say hi. Are you a fountain pen enjoyer by chance? Oh, fountain pens. Oh, brain. Why am I having trouble with that? Fountain pen. Oh, yeah, refillable one with a nib. I don't have a fountain pen. I do have a, like, proper calligraphy pen. So I've got an inkwell and a variety of nibs. I enjoy them in concept, and I splatter ink everywhere when I use them. So continuing to work on that because, look, I may be an ink spirit, but I'm not made out of unlimited ink. But yes, I enjoy the concept, and it's something I want to practice with more, but I have typically taken to writing in ballpoint. Oh, nice! It's surprisingly tricky, in my opinion, to get it right, especially when you have a very flimsy thing that flops around. Writing with the whole arm? Yeah. Because you can't... If you use your wrist, you tend to flick. I'm definitely not playing Jump King. We already played Getting Over It and only up on streams before, and it was boring and no one watched it. That the character. Oh no, the backstory of my character is a little different. I'll get into that. Well, I mean, hey, if no one watched it for him, totally fine. But I don't know. It's been nice, even if not a whole lot of people watching. Sometimes get some good conversations going, people hopping in. I enjoy the chill vibes. I figure it's basically it's just chatting, but I'm doing something at the same time. Letters are kind of cool. They are. But no. So Robert, the reason for my little ink blob, there's a song called "The Reinvention of the Printing Press" that I really enjoy. That's talking about technology and not letting ourselves be ruled by the authority of it. And so I wanted to do something to have to do with printing presses, and ink seemed to be a good way of going about that. But yes, I mean, letter writing is probably a component of why I enjoy that so much. Also named after a song, Personal Plague. Which one is that? Is this game possible? It is. I just am not very good at platformers, which is part of why I'm playing it. I'm learning. But I've seen people beat it in under 15 minutes. Not well known? Well, is the song just called Personal Plague? I would love to give it a listen. It may be a while before I get around to it. It's just called Personal Plague? Alright. Who's the artist? Whoop. Get stuck here an awful lot. I need to get back up to the sewers where I'm learning more. Boom, boom, boom. Oop. One brief pause to the jumping. Ah, okay. You may hear clattering. Some Christmas lights are coming down outside. We like to leave our Christmas lights up while there's still a chance of snow, and then sometimes we forget to take them down for a while after that. But, I don't know. For me, we've got just, like, nice white icicle lights, which are very pleasant. But when it's spring, almost summer. Johnny No Cash. So, someone who likes to, like, a parody artist of Johnny Cash? Interesting. Oh, is it... As I guess Personal Jesus is Depeche Mode, but is it a play on Personal Jesus? Or... Because I know Johnny Cash does a cover. Whoop. Not a parody? Okay. Well, then I will absolutely give it a listen. It may be a little while before I do, but I will actually, here, let me type that up real quick. Personal Plague no, Johnny No Cash. So I will remember to actually get around to it. Cool, cool. Oh, I'd have to re-highlight the game. Whoop. Yeah. So yes, letter writing is cool. That's a show that I really enjoyed. Violet Evergarden does, I think, a very good job of articulating a lot of my feelings on letters as just... They're a really neat way for conveying feelings to people that are sometimes very hard to put into words. And it's really cool because they get to stick around. There's Neil Gaiman quote somewhere about basically, viewing words as magic, because they can affect people across the other side of the world that you don't even know. Want to read Going Postal? I've heard of that, but I've heard of it as, I think, a schlocky Hallmark movie, so probably a different thing. But yeah, I don't know, letters are really cool. It actually, I recently found out, it's by Terry Pratchett, okay. Then yes, that sounds of a special interest. I haven't managed to get any reading in the past, 2 weeks, which is not good. I need to fix that. And give myself a little more slack when I'm in quarantine, since I'm mostly just trying to stay sane, but now that I'm out, no excuse. I know, finding out that my friends actually keep some of the letters I write them is a very strange, but also very heartwarming experience. Very weird when you realize that you completely forget some of the things you've written to them, so they have your words, but you don't remember what they were. Why do I want to stay sane? Look, man, I have very, very few scraps of it left, so I like to hold a little in reserve. No, turns out being essentially locked in a small room for 2 weeks is not a great experience for staying happy and upbeat, but streaming actually helped quite a bit. It was great being able to hang out with folks and have something where each day, other than the weekend was actually when I did the worst. But having something going on each day was fantastic for not going completely off the deep end and clawing at the little thing that separates me from the rest of the world. Whoop. Okay, we made it up here a couple of times, but we've been failing to jump each time today. Hopefully we can get past it. Solitary confinement? Pretty much. I mean, oh my god. I get to see into the outside world, but yeah, solitary confinement is rough. It can cause long-term psychological damage if you're truly alone. It is not something that is a particularly humane punishment. I think it is sometimes useful in certain contexts, but it messes people up. But, book Star Rover is about a bit? Okay. Oh, yes, I do remember you mentioning Star Rover. But yeah, I don't know, I think it's more okay if you know that there's going to be an end to it, if you know how long you'll be in there. You do start to lose track of time, but it's something where it's a very different experience when time stops being relevant. So I don't know if you're going into it and you know. I think that's probably, again, I'm not an expert on this. Don't just go put yourself in solitary confinement for the heck of it on this advice, but I think being aware probably mitigates some of the effects, but there's a lot of times where people get put into it and they don't know how long they'll be there, and that really disorients you. Ah. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Oh my god. I thought I saved it. But alack and alas. Alas and alack. Alas and alack. There we go. Doop doo. Aha. Now, what Uno was saying earlier, the quote from Tim, about people not watching Jump King. I will say, I have seen some fairly large people play Jump King, and people do stick around. You need to make it a just chatting thing. It is something where you are having a conversation while you're playing Jump King. If you're focusing on Jump King, my god. Yeah, at that point you're just watching someone do that, and it's an experience that pretty much, it's sort of, it's accessible to anyone. I think, like, the Sans fight, a lot of people popped in for that, but it's a cultural experience. Even if you are watching someone do the same thing over and over and over, you're watching someone go through this experience that's intrinsic to, I think, a lot of people's, at least childhood memories at this point. Whereas Jump King is not as much of, like, a cultural phenomenon. The final episode of MASH, I know in the US, that was something where everyone tuned in for it. And that was something where everyone, that was important to everyone. Even if you didn't watch MASH, it was such a pervasive show that everyone knew the final episode of MASH was coming, that everyone was watching it. Similar to the Super Bowl. I really loved the summer when Pokemon Go came out, because that was a fantastic, fantastic time for, you could walk up to just about any stranger and form some sort of connection, because everyone knew what was going on. You can look and you can tell, okay, that person's probably playing Pokemon Go based on the tiny little swipes and staying in a rough circular path for the past 15 minutes. But even if they didn't play Pokemon Go, everyone was, like, vaguely aware, so if you were playing it and they weren't, they still might strike up a, oh, are you playing that Pokemon Go thing? And that's really cool to me. I love things that bring people together because there's a shared experience. And I see a lot of people talk about, it's really tough to make friends as an adult after school. And the biggest part of that, I believe, is because at school, there's a shared experience. Even if you're living off campus, you have classes. You're at a similar phase in your life. It's something where everyone has something to talk about. There's something relevant. We made it! Huzzah! But outside of that, you can do so many different things in your adult life. Trying to find people with similar interests at a similar phase in their life gets real tough, which is what hobbies are for, but sometimes it can be real hard to maintain hobbies. Okay. Oh! Furthest we've made it. Okay. I don't think we can arc up onto that, so I think we need to make one more jump and then bounce back. Woo! Startling the crow. I love crows. Crows are neat. Okay. 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 Jump straight up, see what's up here. Oh, there's a new area. Okay. Oh, we are so going to fall all the way back down, but we know it's doable, so little jump, little jump, little jump. Big jump. Mid jump. Okay. Okay. So we need to jump up and to the right. Oh, okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, okay. Well, okay. We know it's possible. We've done it, which always makes it a little easier. You get a little burst of energy. You've made progress. You know it can be done. You can recapture that. Dun, dun, dun. I will say, so that is something I've been getting out of Baba Is You a fair bit. I I've recognized that a lot of times I have issues problem solving when I don't know if it can be done or if it's already been done. I think a lot of that is, the benefit of access to most of human knowledge. If you've got an answer right there, it's really tempting to just go for the answer. And I will say, there are times during Baba Is You where, just like doing the custom levels yesterday, I sometimes ask for hints, but it's been a very good process in not simply immediately reaching for the solution, which has been fantastic. It's something that's helping me build a little resilience in, even if I don't know something you were thinking about, yeah, I'm curious your thoughts. I mean, there are times where, it's a little movie magic, right? Because part of it is the puzzle solving and me just sitting there going, I can't do it. That can make for some very bad content. So I do sometimes just check, am I on the right first step or have I made a terrible first assumption? In math, it comes up a lot looking up solutions. Fair. It comes up a lot in programming too, which I think is where I picked up some of the habit. Because a lot of programming is synthesis of information. You don't need to come up with a new algorithm. You need to know that it exists and know where to look up documentation to create it. I liked understanding the problems, but I wasn't big on developing new solutions. The answers shouldn't be the goal in math. Really? Interesting. Because I don't know, I think of math as a fairly concrete thing, where the answer usually is the goal. So I'm curious, is it the process that is? As in, it's important to know how you're getting there? Or is it learning from the process? Or something I'm not thinking of? Whoop. Dun, 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 dun. Whoop. Little jump. Big jump. But yeah, I don't know. So for Baba Is You, that's, for me, for Baba Is You, that's sort of been one of my big things, is practicing the skill of having the access to answers without immediately wanting to just look up, and actually feeling good about trying the things, experimenting, and finding that, oh, I made a wrong assumption. I mean, nobody cares what some random integral is equal to. Okay. Because, I don't know, I can think of plenty of times where I do care about what a particular integral is equal to. I care about knowing how something is going to interact in the world. But I suppose maybe that's less math, that's more physics. That's an application of math. They care more about how an integral is performed and how a system works on a problem sheet. Oh, okay, yeah. They care that you are familiar with how to do it. I know that's why calculators become a lot more prevalent the higher you get in math, because, once you know how to do addition and subtraction, we don't really care about making you do the additions and subtraction. Offload that to a machine. We need you to figure out how to construct things. Do-do-do. Never use a calculator? Really? How come? Okay, little jumps. Haha. Haha! Oh! Oh, there's someone in the cage! Oh! Okay, so that's a previous Jump King who was trying to get to the babe at the top? Oh god. Okay. That's darker than I thought. Okay. Okay, bud. Rattle Dash from Geometry Dash? What? I'm confused. Oh no? Yeah, that was spooky. But no, when I'm talking, I'm keeping up some pattern. That's not trying to distract from a conversation. I'm curious. Why don't you end up using a calculator a lot? I'm very curious. Are you not dealing with things that require it much anymore? Or is there some deeper philosophical reason? Are you being, oh, what's his name? Guy who lived in a pot. The skeleton was under a house, so a basement. There's also a forest under this house. It's certainly a wonky little construct here. So a basement or a dungeon. Diogenes, yes, thank you. It's one of my favorite philosophers. But yeah, the story about him, you know, seeing a servant cup his hands to drink from a puddle and then casting aside the bowl, which was like one of his only possessions, and going, what a fool I've been for carrying so much extra stuff. A garden and a basement under a house, and the basement has skeletons? Yeah. What? I mean, don't you bury things under your house? Come on, Robert. Also one of your favorites? That's fair. Just never really been using it? Okay. Ho 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 ho. Oh, we have to jump on these. Okay, at least this feels a little safer. That's fair. I don't know. I often do stuff in my head, but like to be able to calculate it in your head? Yeah. Ooh, okay. Oh. So this is we've kind of made it to one of those soft checkpoints. So a lot of this is going to be platforming inside, but we have to go outside where things can get very bad. I love that image though. The raven. False King's Keep. Oh my god. I love the bird sitting outside with the little cover. Oh, that's so good. I love that. No, I also love being able to calculate in my head. That's been fairly natural to me. I've been actually having a pretty big blast. I'm tutoring someone in math for the GED, the Graduate Equivalency Diploma, I think. Basically, at least in the US, if you don't complete high school, you can, as an alternative, pass 4 tests to demonstrate the basic literacy in that. Do we go up that way? No, okay. It's been very interesting because it's math that I haven't done in a fairly long time. Wow, we need to figure out the path here. But a lot of it fairly easy to do in my head, but it's really interesting trying to teach someone who that's a big struggle for them, trying to hold those numbers in their head and even doing it on paper. It's, I don't know, it's a very interesting and kind of refreshing return to some skills that I'd kind of forgotten. So we bounce up and ricochet off? Can we do that up here too? Possibly, but we need to be more gentle about it. Ooh, okay. This is wonky. Funky. Funky fresh. Okay. I feel like we do... God, can we even get to that bird? Or is that just a trap? Wonder what happens if we try and ignore the bird. Are we going to be very sad? Oh, I feel so nice and cozy here, and I'm going to fall and I'm going to feel so sad. No, like, jumping, very similar to getting over it for me, of just like, it's a really good exercise in getting comfortable and then having it all taken away and still coming back. Night in the Woods, I think, was really good. The story, a lot of what gets talked about, resonated a lot with sort of some of my young adulthood experience of trying to figure out where to be, people to be around, and feeling like I'm being left behind. So there was a lot of good information in that for me. Ooh dear, okay. So that one was good. I'm trying to think. So Undertale, Night in the Woods. What was the other? I feel like I did one other major thing. Undertale. Well, Undertale, Night in the Woods. I said those. Wow, I'm blanking on it. I'll need to go back and look. So obviously couldn't have made that big of an impact. No, not correct, because things can have an impact that you don't always have immediately retrievable. Tutoring is very good for the tutor also. I highly agree. I often learn the most when I'm trying to teach people, because it forces you to take the thoughts that are in your head and articulate them. It's part of why I enjoy having these conversations, is forcing me, and the trolley problem. those were great because it was forcing me to take thoughts I had in my head and figure out how to articulate them for an audience, which is really cool. It's part of why, even though I did not touch my keyboard, that's okay. That was wonky. So my keyboard's just having a little trouble. Don't worry about it. Okay, maybe I'm a little worried about it. Why does it keep doing that? Hopefully we make this work and it doesn't do something absolutely horrible to us. Ooh, okay. Can we... Yeah, no, that's not... Okay, there we go. Haha! I don't know which way we need to go. Maybe there's a lot of paths. Not quite. Like, okay, I don't use Twitter a whole lot. I should actually probably post some more updates since I've got a little printing press revisited Twitter. Got possessed by a ghost from the house? Honestly? Yeah. We did, during Undertale, have some very spooky things happen, so the games do seem to like to reach out and do things to my actual computer. Like fighting, not Asriel, Asgore. The lights flickered, and there was a thunderstorm that started right when I got into that fight. It was very atmospheric. Just a little too little. What was I saying? Tutoring? Oh, Twitter. The concept of forcing people to limit their thoughts to 140 characters is fantastic, I think, because that promotes so much economy of language that I know I'm real bad at. Even if it often in practice doesn't work out to that. It's a very interesting concept. Because, yeah, I don't know, it forces people to be more precise with their language, or at least in theory. In practice, it often does not. Yeah, we talked about the self-restrictions. Okay. You will note that I do often work myself into loops, because there are a lot of things that I find interesting that I will continue to talk about. Similar to Book Without E, yes. I do recall that, talking about translations and, you know, how you would go about doing that well. Yeah. But no, so I think tutoring, it's kind of a similar thing. It's a similar thing to the self-restriction. It's forcing you to take what I think having a good concept of how things work is often a fairly nebulous prospect. It's a bit of a gut feeling. And then you are being forced to figure out how to stand by it. You have to take that understanding and make it real. And I find that very helpful. There were a lot of my college classes where I was kind of sort of not, I wasn't an actual professor, but it often felt like I was being a stand-in professor, and those were the ones where I found myself learning the most, when I was having conversations with the professor and disagreeing with them. So is this a dead end that I've been working up? It feels like we should be able to make that jump somehow, but I want to keep trying, but I also want to not completely hem myself in. You would always disagree with them? Yeah, I don't know. There were some where it was a content area that I wasn't as used to. But I mean, with a lot of programming things, I would actually often, that was also unique. My program, my computer science program, very small. So it was something where I got to really know the one professor who taught it. So it was pretty good for being able to be like, hey, maybe we should cover this concept. No, I think some of the best conversations I had were, in one of my, I had a class that was Introduction to Abrahamic Religion. And again, as I've said, not a particularly devout person. But we had some fantastic discussions about what it means to actually have respect for faiths other than your own. And I think I was somewhat surprised people, but people then were speaking up a little more because there was a lot of conversations about, oh, you know, you shouldn't look down on anything, so on and so forth. And it's like, I don't know. I think that to properly respect people and to respect things, you need to reserve the right to disrespect some of them, or at least not hold a great deal of respect. Have a hard time respecting it, and that's fair. Finishing the core thought, because I don't want to leave that dangling, as something that probably can sound a little bad. I think that, for me, I have looked a lot at Scientology. It is a faith that I have friends who have family members who have caused a lot of problems in their life because of that. I've looked into it a lot. It is something that I've tried to understand. I do not claim to have a full understanding of it. It is a faith that I would say I disrespect. I think it is a church of money that was built by a science fiction writer who was basically trying to see how far he could take a social experiment, and it's being used in a very damaging way to fleece a lot of people and separate them from their families and just do a lot of harm. I have a lot of problems with Scientology, and now I will, I'm sure, get doxxed by Scientologists and such because they intimidate people a lot. But I don't know, for me, I can't develop an appreciation and understanding of Islam or Christianity or Judaism and say that I respect it if I, by the same token, say, oh, well, I respect Scientology. Yeah, Tom Cruise will come for me. Exactly. I don't know. So it's, for me, I think you need to reserve a right of refusal, because if I say that I respect Scientology and then also say that I respect these other things, they mean very different things. I feel highly dishonest in saying that. So I don't know. I think to properly respect something, you need to still be able to say, no, I disagree with that. What does it mean to respect something? Difficult question. I think it's to... Oh, okay. Concept that came up in that class that I really liked. Or actually, it was a different class, but our campus chaplain described grace as a concept as forgiveness that comes before. And that's a concept I've really liked and tried to integrate a lot into how I interact with people that I disagree with, is to give them a little grace. And I think that to respect something is to give it grace. It's to accept that it is something that is deserving of some understanding, or at least an attempt to understand, even if it is something that your gut reaction is to go against. I think that respect, it is to sit and hear something out. It is to, even if you do not understand it, to make an attempt and to be, I don't know, it's to be willing to not dismiss it out of hand. I think that's the closest I can articulate it. It's to not dismiss something out of hand. It is to give it grace. It is to give it some forgiveness before it has necessarily earned that forgiveness from you. Yeah. Ah, darn. Yeah, I think I might be going the wrong way with this. Like, I like that climbing aspect, but getting relatively good at some of it. So when you say that you have trouble respecting religion, I'm curious if you don't mind elaborating a little bit. How so and why? Ooh, okay. So there's a ceiling there, but we can... Oh, too much of a ceiling. But that seems like pretty much the same jump as this other one, so maybe we can do it? Yeah, that's the same jump, because actually I would even say that it's a little bit lower on the right side, so probably a little easier. Ah, too far. All of your family is Catholic. Okay, I can already see how stuff might arise. I'm trying to. You said you're Czech. I guess I'm not very familiar with religion there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the religious landscape there, but okay. So, family's mostly Catholic. Little jumps. And then big jump. Medium jump. Too much. So you are also supposed to be. Yep, that is generally how religion and families works. And then you started to question it. Okay. Do-do-do. They just had no arguments. No good arguments, yeah. And I'm assuming that did not pan out well for relationships. Just believe. Yep. You have to take it on faith, otherwise it's not faith. Yep. And yeah, that's a tough one. That's a big part of why I'm not religious, is I have a really hard time simply believing in things. They don't really care? Okay. But there's still not a great deal of respect for a religion where the argument is do it. I think that's reasonable. I will say I have met, I guess I haven't met Catholics that I've had very good conversations with, but I've met some folks of different Protestant denominations, which obviously have given a lot of thought to it, and very much acknowledge that, you know, it's probably not the literal word of God. Just stopped arguing. Yeah, because if they don't have any arguments to give, it's not going to be particularly fruitful. So it's somewhere in between those two jumps. I don't know, it's... I think when people say to just simply take it on faith, I typically don't have a lot of respect for their individual faith, because I think that's usually an indication to me that this is not someone who thinks awfully critically about it. But I've also met a lot of people who do give a lot of thought and have trouble with the question of, well, okay, if there is an all-powerful God who is all-caring, how does war and famine, how do these things happen? We thank God for curing cancer, or, you know, curing someone's cancer, they're free of it. But was he not the one who gave it in the first place? Also thought your brother was lying when you were little and said he believed it? Yeah, because, well, obviously, why would anyone believe it? Mm-hmm. I definitely remember some of that. I had a very good friend in elementary school, very young, who was religious, and we had a lot of conversations on the bus. I did end up, I think, making him a fairly vehement atheist. But yeah, I could not believe that this person who I liked and respected could think that somehow religion wasn't bogus? Thought you did it to be on the good side of your parents. Gotcha. Because it's not sound arguments. Still not quite there, but you were wrong. Genuinely believes it. And that I think is one of the places where I will forever struggle to understand folks who are religious, is because I cannot wrap my head around truly believing it. But I have certainly met some people who think about it an awful lot, and for them it's something where, I mean, there's whose gambit? Pascal's wager, is it? That basically the only logical conclusion is to believe in one, because, you know, you lose nothing if there isn't, and if there is, you stand to gain everything. But I don't know. To me, that doesn't particularly sit well, because I think there are real consequences to belief and how you conduct yourself. Otherwise, it's not really a particularly strong belief that I think would hold up. Like, for me, I've reconciled it of, I'm going to do my utmost to live a good life as I see fit, and I think that if there's a God that is worth believing in, he will hopefully be understanding of why I couldn't, and that I was doing the best I could to be a decent person. And if he can't understand that, well, perhaps I'm better off not in whatever he thinks is a good thing. As I've often somewhat glibly said, I think hell makes, or I think people make the place, so if I'm going to hell, hopefully in hell I'll be in good company. Think the God doesn't care? I think that's another fair resolution. I have thought if there is a caring God, it would probably be a bored teenager. Someone who's just trying to find ways to entertain himself. Because I could reconcile entertainment as a way, as a theodicy, a justification for evil with the presence of a god. Yeah. It's not one I necessarily adhere to, but if I were to profess belief in some sort of higher power that created, and that's, I think, one that's kind of a sticking point for me, is I find it a lot easier to allow myself to toy around with the idea of some sort of higher power than I do have a time allowing myself to believe in a creator. Absolutely. I think that's incredibly likely. I mean, why would the Christian God have an issue with wearing clothes woven of two fibers? Probably because there were some fabric merchants who had some opinions. But even so, just like with astrology and, the Myers-Briggs personality test, I think that people can get a lot out of that belief and can use it to learn from. Just a fantasy book, absolutely, but I can still get a lot out of a fantasy book. And a lot of the people that I've met that are religious, but actually have answers to a lot of things, don't seem to believe in their religious text as a literal truth. They look at it as a historical document that was written by a variety of authors and politically motivated what things were left in from, the Council of Nicaea and whatnot. And looking at, the original words change the meaning. There are a lot of people who take it, yeah. Oh, howdy, Carsey. Walking in on a really nice, light conversation, right? But yeah, so those people, I certainly don't begrudge them that faith. If it makes them comfortable to still think that there is something, think you should write a New Testament, a new? Well, I mean, I believe that's essentially the core tenet of Islam, is that he did write a New Testament, and that was the Quran, which was handed to the Prophet Muhammad. Do you look like you're listening? Not particularly. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I. Oh, do I look like I'm listening? Not I listen, just I. Oh, don't know. A newer testament. The newest? I mean, that's also, isn't that, I believe, what the Baha'i faith is basically? That every prophet is valid? Can you believe in something which you know is untrue? I think you can. This is true. But I think that you can also make a whole lot of arguments about, if there is something that can influence things, can you ever know it's untrue? Believe in all Yu-Gi-Oh? Or at least Blue Eye White Dragon? Older Testaments. A prequel to the Bible? I believe that's going to be, I mean, the Old Testament, you could argue, and some of the Kabbalistic texts out of Judaism. But Which, I mean, that's a whole other fascinating thing. I find Kabbalistic mysticism very fascinating, even though I am not at all someone who is qualified to talk about it. It'd be helpful to believe in you're a god sent to become the best mathematician of all time. It's not true, but believing it might be helpful. Yeah. It can also be detrimental sometimes, because you might severely overestimate your abilities. You might, what was the name of the guy? Empedocles, I think, was a Greek philosopher who believed himself to be a god and decided to prove it by throwing himself into a volcano. I think you can guess how well that turned out. Isn't Old Testament the original and New Testament the sequel? That's a very... Again, I'm not a biblical scholar, so... So I'm not the best person to talk about it. As I understand it, the Old Testament is essentially a collection of Hebrew texts that form the basis of the Abrahamic faith. The New Testament is a collection of usually Greek and or Latin writings that came up, that were basically, those were around the times of, what was the name? Constantine? Constantine, I think, was the Roman emperor who really forced it through, who painted the Chi Rho on his shield. So you can kind of view it as a sequel, but I mean, there's a lot of texts outside the Bible that were also important to some of the faiths that came before it. Hebrew? What Hebrew? Right to left writing. Shoot for the stars and end up on the moon? Possibly, but even doing so, there's a whole lot of space out there. There's no guarantee you'll land, you'll land in the stars. But, I mean, if you end up on the moon, that's not too bad. How would you check that he died? Well, there were a lot of folks who wrote that he died, so guess we don't know for certain, but we didn't get any more writings from him, and a lot of people said, dude threw himself into a volcano and, was not indeed a god. So are you telling me that we should have just let Empedocles cook? How long ago did he volcano? Oh, sometime BC? I mean, this old Greek philosopher. Sure, he's cooked by now? Yeah. I think cook is a strong word. Just because he died doesn't mean he wasn't a god. True, but he claimed that he was a god and therefore would survive the volcano. Doesn't mean that he wasn't. Maybe he misunderstood his divinity, but does call the claims into a wee bit of doubt. As I'm currently looking up, Empedocles. Actually, hold up. We can bring that up on... Empedocles. Empedocles. Empedocles, so died 443 BC. Was a Greek pre-Socratic philosopher, native citizen of Acragas. Empedocles challenged the practice of animal sacrifice and killing animals for food. He developed a distinctive doctrine of reincarnation. Currently considered the last Greek philosopher to have recorded his ideas in verse. Death and legacy. According to Aristotle, Empedocles died at the age of 60, even though other writers have him living up to 109. Likewise, there are myths concerning his death. A tradition, which is traced to Ponticus, represented him as having been removed from... Wait, is this... Whereas others had him perishing in the flames of Mount Etna. Oh, so maybe I haven't looked at this enough. Empanadocles? Empanada? No, he's not a caramel empanada. Blue Eyes White Dragon? What volcanoes did exist? Diogenes Laertius recorded that Empedocles died by throwing himself into Mount Etna in Sicily so that the people would believe his body had vanished and he had turned into an immortal god. Okay, so I did misunderstand that. The volcano, however, threw back one of his bronze sandals, revealing the deceit. Another legend maintains that he threw himself into a volcano to prove his disciples that he was immortal. He believed he would come back as a god after being consumed by the fire. Lucretius speaks of him with enthusiasm and evidently viewed him as his model. So, lots of different thoughts on his death, so I'm sorry, I was repeating one particular mythos of it. Yeah, you can always be hungry. Half a bread, that's not necessarily filling. and volcanoes started existing in the year 0. Actually, when was Pompeii? Also, volcanoes were very, very important for the formation of land masses. Carsey, I have questions and concerns about your history. You're a bottomless pit, the void into which all food ends. Oh, you devour hungers? So you could end world hunger. The one who hungs. Ugh. You maintain the Earth started 2,024 years ago? Okay. I mean, hot take, but pop off. But yeah, I don't know. Religion is definitely an interesting thing. I've softened up on it a fair bit because I've seen how it can benefit people a fair bit. Even if it is not for me, I can respect that there are people it helps a lot, and I think that's cool. So did volcanoes, they weren't around before that? I see. Because if everything started in 2024, how do you feel about Mars then? When was Mars made? And what about Martian volcanoes? How does... Oh! That was intentional. I did that. I was very good. How to solve world hunger? All feeling hungry is defeat? Wouldn't that just get rid of the people who are hungry? Carsey? Carsey, what are you doing? It would, but I think we hope for some better solutions. The less you eat, the less hungry you are. I mean, eventually, over time, you are correct. Oh, that's evil. Okay. It's a Stalin sort? Yeah. Sorts a list by destroying the output of order. Huh. Okay, so we need to jump up and then a little jump down, I think? Oh no. Did you guys know that children born in the year 2024 could potentially live to see the year 3000? I mean, if anyone could potentially live to see anything, so long as they aren't dead, but even then, what if we find out how to bring people back? Okay, I'm already having a rough time because this morning I realized that 2014 was 10 years ago and I don't like it. What is time anyway? Oh, don't make the, is it Zeno's paradox? The forever going half, never reaching a destination. Don't make that about time. That hurts my head. Non. No, you're... No? What? What, Carsey? That's not 10 years ago? 2014. 2010 was 2014 was 10 years ago. Doesn't that suck? Right? So I'm already having a time. That's technically it was one of my friends saying that a book was written like a decade ago, and it was written in 2015, which is not a decade, but it's almost a decade, and I find that fundamentally upsetting. 8 some years? Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Yeah, no, I don't like that. 2019 was not 5 years ago. 2019. Here's the thing. My argument is that March 2020 lasted for far longer, and therefore time after that should simply not count, and we are allowed to keep it however we like. No, I do not want to let that sink in. Wasting your life? Hey, you just gotta try and find ways that make it feel not wasted. I could say, look, I'm spending a whole bunch of time with internet strangers playing a rage game, and say, you know what, I'm wasting my life because I'm not making money doing this. I'm not contributing meaningfully to any of my real life relationships, so on and so forth, but I'm finding meaning in it. I'm having fun with it. And it's helping me, and it's setting me up for other cool future things. It's a hobby I hope to maintain. Just gotta find the attitude that lets you cope with things, and then execute on it. We are halfway through 2024? No, a third. Your sink is cold? What? Pitta? Why are you touching your sink? Did you drop something in it? Too much. Dun, 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 dun. So it looks like there are multiple ways to climb this. So I've only succeeded purely on accident, but I think going up and to the right is probably a good idea. Seldom all feeling hungry is cake. I mean, it's still going to turn them into something else where they're not going to feel hunger? Oh! Oh, that's a good one to know. If you're cold, they're cold. Give them the deed to your house. Hang on now. It would solve world hunger. I still have ethical concerns about this, Carsey, but I suppose it's better than simply deleting them? Has cake, yes, but then, wait, no, then you're going to tear into people to eat the cake that's within them. Well, 1/6 of all hungry people will become cake to feed the hungry. I mean, yeah, that's, I don't know, ever watch Logan's Run? Where they go, hey, you can have a fantastic life, but to avoid overpopulation if you're above 40, we'll let like 1 in 20 of you live. You'll ride the carousel. Papa solve moral problem. Escape the cake that's in you. Can you waste something you have an infinite supply of? Ooh, interesting. So if you have an infinite supply of time, I don't think you can waste an infinite supply. Wait, how did I do that proper bounce? That was cool. Depends. Okay, yeah, I'm curious to hear your reasoning on it. Human has human. If all feeling hungry is safe, is that good or bad? So they would still feel hunger, but they would survive. I think that would probably be fine. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I am someone who definitely prefer being alive and suffering to not being alive. Can you waste something that has an infinite supply? I would say probably not. You can waste time even though time might be infinite simply because your supply of it is finite, but I don't know. Yeah, at least for me, you can fill the infinite hotel. Well, yes, but that's a variable infinite concept, right? But yeah, I don't know. I certainly, I would rather be perpetually hungry than still alive. So I guess I would be okay being Tantalus. All feeling hungry is safe, then all feeling hungry has cake. Ah. But then how do they get the cake? Oh, but the cake is inside them, so they've already eaten it, might be the implication. So just a cake spawns on top of them instead of dying. Oh, well then yes, fantastic. Infinite food generation. Safe plus has doesn't work? Cake eat all feeling hungry. Oh. Well then, perhaps the cake becomes the dominant species. Feel like if I feel hungry and don't eat, the feeling goes away for some time? Yeah, that's... So like, I haven't eaten breakfast. I have not broken my fast, and that's what I've been doing for most streams. I wake up feeling a little hungry, and then it pretty rapidly goes away. Oh, okay, we're dialing in the jump on the right. We still need to work on following up. Oh, we do have make. That is a fair point. All feeling hungry make cake? But then we start getting into cookie clicker territory, right? Where everything becomes cake. Or universal paper clips. Which, that has its own whole set of concerns. But it would probably solve world hunger in a slightly more ethical fashion. All feeling hungry fear cake. So the cake will infinitely stack. Universal paper clips. Familiar with the game? Good! I actually, so my mom works at a library, and, not a librarian, but was, asked to do a display on, robotics and, like, AI, and I was like, oh, can you recommend websites? Because if so, recommend universal paper clips. Universal paper clips is a game that sometimes when I'm feeling sick, I will just queue up Played the web version? Same. I have not bought the app. All feeling hungry make food and drink. And then we just need a way to contain that so it doesn't completely overflow the world. Both Cookie Clicker and Universal Paperclips are not born from having a surplus of the item, but an obsession with getting more of the item. Oh, right. They are born from an obsession of it, but it's still, I think, the end result ends up being fairly similar. I actually got a couple paperclips in AD, don't know how many, but a lot. Wait, in AD. AD? I don't know what that means. Box says food and drink go in box. Oh, antimatter dimensions. Oh! Oh man, I queued that. I've played through that a number of times. The Celestial update is cool. I haven't gotten very far in it because, man, it gives me a rough time. That's not the part of the game I enjoy as much, but it's a really cool one. I enjoy how that got developed. It does a very good job of more and more layers of recursion. That's the same creator. Oh, I didn't know that. The Celestial update was it's adding like glyphs and whatnot. Oh, I don't think it's on mobile yet. It wasn't. They released it on the desktop on the Steam version like a year ago, but I don't know if it's come to mobile yet. Don't think if cake was suddenly in potentially infinite supply, we would enter a cake dystopia. Really? I mean, where would we have space for cake? How would you move? How would you breathe? It would just be more cake if it was infinite, yes? Well, I guess as long as it's in one place, we could survive, but last time you checked reality wasn't on mobile? Yes. Yeah, it's the reality update. So yeah, I don't know when that's coming to mobile, but I've played around with it a little bit on desktop and I have not touched it in a while. Key aspect of make, it limits itself. Oh, that's true when it runs into things. You are correct. So we just need to make cake in a box and be able to open the door once, but also don't know what reality is. Well, fair enough. There's already a cake, then it won't spawn a second cake. Right, the update. No, I know that you don't mean that you don't know what reality in real life is, but yes, reality has a whole new layer of progression. What is oh, okay. Oh wait, I forget what's the meme with that game? Reality, the next update will be in what, like, how many hours and something minutes? Don't know what reality is or real life. Very true. 6 hours? That might be it. It's been a while since I've been looking at it, yeah. Insert antimatter dimension meme here. Please accept that I know relevant things. Yeah, no, the fact that reality is not an objective thing is wonky. So I remember as a very young kid, I was taking that. I think my first impact on that, or not impact, my first time intersecting with that was, do I see the same green as someone else sees? And it didn't tell you. 2.68 hours? Ooh. Because, as I understand it, I think what's happened with antimatter dimensions is that it's mostly just... I mean, it developed an entire, like, programming system for doing some of the reality automations. So I think they've offloaded a lot of it to... they've offloaded a lot of it to community members, so it's a lot... There's a lot less certainty in the timelines. Should you restart playing it? I'm getting the itch and I almost might do that. The early stuff is really fun. I love the progression of it. You're colorblind. There are wavelengths you cannot see, but other creatures can. This is true. Shrimp, particularly mantis shrimp, goddamn. Gonna break everything by buying Dimension 9. Ayy, we love Dimension 9. Pie? You ate shrimp today. Does that give you the temporary ability to see in shrimp colors? Are you Kirby? know, shrimp is one of those foods that, like, really varies for me day to day. I, by and large, like shrimp, but, like, I don't know. Like, sometimes I'll like popcorn shrimp, heck yeah. Other times, nah. But butterfly shrimp? Yes. One point, you've just sat in class and read a lot of news. Oh, some of the, like the antimatter dimension news ticker. Why is it called popcorn chicken? It's not made with popcorn. It's meant because it's approximately similar sized and meant to sort of be eaten in a similar way, I'm guessing. All right, enjoy, Carsey. I wish you good luck in building your dimensions. Copy ability, shrimp. 3.1415. Oh yeah, no, it's 3.1415926.535. Yeah, that's not quite pi. Plus also, you know, the whole, it being an irrational number that continues forever. Should you import your old save? I don't know, it's up to you. I really enjoy the early game, so like, I'm very down for it. Pi in a weird base? Maybe? What base would that be, though? God, I keep way over jumping that. Voop! But hey, at least we're in like a little safe haven here. Everything's all right. Booting up. Dun dun dun. Some made up weird base. Oh. Horrifying. Oh, your save is stored locally? Okay. Pi followed by random numbers? Huh? Well, start from the ground up and work up to Dimension 8. Okay, so I need to be far over to make the deflect jump work, right? Time to game. Antimatter dimensions. Fight! That did not scan as well as I thought it would in my head. Antimatter. Oh, what's antimatter with you? Okay, so if we go full charge, almost off the platform. Numbers are strange? Yes, very. Okay. Haha. How high is this game? Can go very high. I think we're not even halfway yet. But we're trying. Oh god, we're 8 hours in. Do I have any, what? No, I don't. I have not purchased any STDs. I can't remember what they stand for, but I remember they're the in-game currency. Numbers are made up? Pretty much, yep. Just like letters. Matter is anti. Yay. Oh, we made it. Support the developer coin. That's right. Oh no. No, this is bad. Oh, this can go so wrong. Oh! Where do I go from here? Wait. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go up? That's going to slide. Go to the bird? Oh, okay. No, because up will make me slide, won't it? Okay. Oh, so we're going around? No. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. 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 This is okay. Oh, this is okay. This really isn't. Okay. Don't fall. Look, man, I'm trying. Each step up high. So maybe I shouldn't have been trying to go that. On me? Step on me. Step on me. Step me on. No, okay. Oh! 40 more seconds. Oh! Oh! Oh, I didn't like that. Did not like that. Well, because he was saying, step on me. So, take on me, but step. Hit, butt step. My favorite musical genre. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't be trying to climb all the way up. Like, I got that figured out, but maybe that was just the wrong answer. Like, can we go over here? Is that a doable jump, or is that... Did I get it right by they're trying to make it intentionally difficult and ridiculous? This game make things intentionally difficult? Who would have imagined? I mean, like, that jump looks similar to the jump to the left. Whoop. I really don't like the dropping down and basically feeling like we're going in blind. Away for 170 days, 1 hour and 15 seconds. Damn. Damn, bud. Oh, okay. Oh, no. No. Okay, but we can kind of do that? Oh, I hate that. I felt so nice and safe and comfy. What if Jump King is conscious? Then... Why are you... Oh, no, you're sad. Or... please don't sniff me. Oh, you are sniffing me. Don't like that. What if Jump King is conscious? That's... a horrifying thought. Because then we're just puppeteering this poor man. Antimatter increased from 80 to 2... Nice, okay, sick. There would never be intentional difficulty in achieving a goal in a video game? Absolutely. That's a ludicrous thought to think otherwise. So it tells you about everything you forgot? Coolio. Oh, oh no. No. Oh no. Tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it didn't even matter. Oh my god, okay. See, it's times like these I wish I had a face cam. Okay. We gotta break out, gotta break free. Ain't gonna live in misery. My mind's made up, I'm leaving today. Come hell or high water, we'll break these chains. A gorgeous singing of Bottom of the Well by Airborne, which always makes me think of AC/DC. I'm doing fantastically. That's the Tiny Tim song. I'm so happy, haha, happy-go-lucky me. Oh, okay. It's okay, we've done this before, we've put in our reps. And now we know what lies beyond. We have a goal to make it back to. You have 220 over 11 seventh dimensions for your dim boost. Ooh, nice. That's well and truly paid for. Maybe we're characters in a video game? Absolutely, possibly. We are NPCs, we are someone's sim. I think that harkens back to the idea of what if God was actually just a bored teenager? But again, then we get to the you would never be a character in a video game? Or you would never actually go for the dim boost? Oh no. Like, I think it boils down, it gets back to that question of like, does it matter though? If we are characters in a video game, does that change our actual conscious experience, other than, I suppose, introducing possible distress? Video game would never have a detailed video game inside it. I don't know. People like some very recursive things. In fact, sometimes people make Turing-complete games that would allow you to recreate the entire game inside itself, and wow. Don't know anyone here who enjoys Turing-complete games. Does it matter if it matters? Good question. I think, though, that just boils down to you get to choose when the buck stops, when you decide that something no longer matters. It's an interesting thing to discuss. You can have value in that, but at the end of the day, how do you carry it forward into the rest of your life? You know, when we're talking about the concept of wasting time and such, to me, that's the big thing. It's a waste if you define it as a waste. For me, I think a bit of discussion about such things is not a waste. Got up to 273 with no 8th dimension somehow? I believe the somehow is 170 days offline. Like, a little discussion is fine, but at a certain point, I get into either existential crisis or you would never? I don't know. So, I don't know. For me, it's like, I've gone in circles on stuff. Would not play this game for that long. Well, you weren't playing for that long. You let it sit. You let it be idle. Where's your news ticker? Oh no. Should stop thinking? Honestly? Yeah. Sometimes that would be nice. Except for the fact that I think thinking is my conscious experience, so kinda attached to that one. It's back! Yay! You have the news again! Think, therefore I am. Exactly. I am the thing that thinks. Why do I keep doing that one? I am the Johann. Oh, one moment, pardon. Sorry. I really need to figure out a mute button. But was doing my best to not sneeze directly into the microphone. That one requires a sub donation. I'm the Johann, controlling the Johann hardware with the Johann software. I don't know if I'm controlling the software. I think I am the software. You'd like that? I've read this book on method called... Oh, okay. I control the ink spirit? The ink spirit is software. This is true. That's, again, I guess, you know, the René Descartes? Okay. That makes sense. Descartes was in... Not Descartes. Descartes was an interesting philosopher. There's software controlling hardware controlling software. Yes! Correct. Which is why we all just need to pop chips in our brains so that we can, you know, control it directly from our wetware. Whoop. Ah. Oh, no. Truly back to where I started. He was a mathematician for the most part? Okay. I typically hear him in association with philosophy, I thought. Oh, wait, what? Oh my god, wait. Cartesian coordinates, that was Descartes, was it? Or am I now just making that as a false connection? Whoop. Oh, it was him? Okay. I mean, I guess the thing is, science back then was, I mean, natural philosophy, right? A lot of the people who were doing one were doing the other. It's all kind of a jumbly, mixed bag. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, it's like, kind of like trying to separate religion from science back in the day, because, like, monks were performing legitimate science. They were the people who could afford to. Held M and can instantly crunch. Nice. Crunchy. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Alright. Me when you crunch. Like what he defined his life goal as. Oh, interesting. What did he define his life goal as? Forgot M was a feature? That's important. Cultivation of reason. Interesting. So the goal is to cultivate reason. I don't know if I agree with that as a goal, but that's certainly an interesting one. Fairly well defined, I would say. gives you a lot of flexibility and something to work towards. I have tried asking some of my friends what they would say, like, their reason for living is, what their primary motivation, and it's interesting some of the varied answers. A lot of people don't have very clearly defined ones. One of the most clearly defined I did hear, though, was the avoidance of pain, which is a very strange thing. To live a life focused on avoiding, essentially, the bad things. Just want to be happy? Oh, you hate that one? Yeah, because happiness can mean a lot of things. That's a fairly generic thing. Living a life full of pain to avoid pain. I've never fully wrapped my head around that friend's answer, but it's an interesting one that I certainly come back to, because he seems overall fairly happy. So, maybe he has something figured out. I mean, like, I don't know, happiness is actually, I would argue, a fairly good metric for things. It's kind of our brain's feedback mechanism, our reward, right? So, I think, as far as like a biological definition of a life goal goes, happiness is probably not a bad one. Whoop. He, filthy beard, never understood. Old, senile. That's rude. You're the one in a cage. Maybe he did understand perfectly. Dun, 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 dun. Can we free him? I didn't think we could. I'm not particularly inclined to try at the moment. Can 80 full screen? I believe so. It's been a while, but oh, it might not be able to do... I think you can do windowed full screen. I don't remember. I believe I had it open so that there was still a bar on the top, but whereas windowed full screen, I don't remember. It's been like a year since I had. Also, I'm back up here, yay! I could pull it up and look. Oh! I made it! Okay, well then let me see. Do I even have it installed right now? I do, okay. Here, we're getting a brief little interlude. Cultivation of reason being a good goal. I didn't say that I disagree with it being a good goal. I think it's not a goal that I necessarily want for myself. I may have said not a good goal, but for me, I don't think it's one that... 362 days. See, I was almost correct for down to a year. So yeah, I guess the way I did it was I took a windowed mode and I told it to full screen. That would make me happy. I don't know if cultivating reason would make me happy. That's, for me, a lot of what I've found is happiness. So that's how I did it. Hold on. Options. Yeah, I was just... So I don't think there's one without that. Or visual. Yeah, not seeing anything. Oh, I did F for full screen maybe, but... Oh, don't want your taskbar to show? Gotcha. I think that's going to be other... You can hide your taskbar in other ways. Yeah, F is paying respects, that's what I was just finding. Yeah, don't know. But we got the bird. Okay. So cultivation of reason. I don't know. The things that I often find make me happy in my life. What the bird do? Don't know, but thought it was worth a shot. Someone suggested it. Since we made it all the way up, maybe it opens a path forward? I'm not sure. Bump. See, we're back into safety. That's where I love the soft progress of Jump King, of getting better and it not making you redo everything all the time, but making you sometimes go that far back to remember. Actually, it kind of reminds me of Antimatter Dimensions in that way, where I love, once you hit a new layer of progression, you kind of have to remember how you did the previous one, but then you don't. I don't know, the things that often make me happy in life are acts of service to other people. Like the thing which you mentioned in the past about having a theme instead of a goal. Yeah, that's, I think, a very good one for actually directing your life. I still think goals are a useful thing to define, but like for me, I think the closest thing is, if I had to say a goal, it would probably be to live with people I care about and explore life alongside them. Like some defaulted behavior, yeah. And that's, when I was talking a bit earlier about personality, we did see that people with essentially themes rather than specific goals tended to do a better job of modifying their behavior. Whoop. Ah, that's okay. That's a tough one. Whoop. Dong. Yeah, like for me, I think as cool as reason is, I think that would have at one point been a good goal for me, but what has become important for me has shifted significantly. And for me, a lot of it, it's spending time with people I care about and getting to talk and share things about the world. It's exploration. So yeah, I think my theme is, in a lot of ways, people. It's service, it's kindness. Those are the things that tend to make me happiest. The feeling of solving a difficult problem? Well then, yeah, that's a fantastic way to do it. I used to enjoy that a lot more, chewing on it, but I don't know, for me, it's less about the difficulty of the problem now. I like helping bring... I like going to places where people don't necessarily have the tools to even solve a fairly normal problem. I like bringing that up. I find a lot of satisfaction in that. But I absolutely get feeling satisfaction in solving a difficult problem, and doing things like Baba and whatnot. And, you know, completing a game that you've been trying very hard. Things where you're really reaching for it. And that's part of what I really want to dial back in for myself, is finding some joy in challenge and adversity. Yeah, adversity, there we go, there's my voice. Yeah, I don't know, it's an interesting thing, trying to figure out both what you feel rewarded for, and what you can feel copacetic with. Miss math competitions? Thought uni would be like that? Yeah. I also thought that college would be a lot more of just having good discussions with other people, not like-minded, but people who are interested in things. No, it's not. It's certainly better than elementary school, because, look, if a class isn't going to be useful, you can show up late, but like, you know, it's still a lot more of the same. But there are math competitions out there, and, you know, for adults. There are, I'm trying to think, I know there's at least, like, some coding challenges and such that a lot of those people say it gets better. I think it does get better, at least from, like, kids' school. Oh, during the PhD? Yeah, I've definitely heard that. PhDs, you're basically just an adult who happens to be going to school, and typically is doing a job during it. At least from what I've heard. I do not think I could ever manage a PhD. Masters, I will probably take a look at. I'm probably going to go for that, but man, a PhD is a whole lot, so mad respect to folks who get it, but... Although I will admit, I have a little bit of a bias against folks with PhDs, and that's not a blanket thing. I think it is a lot of effort. I have just met so many people who get PhDs and stop seeing the value in other people and perspectives. Oh my god, my keyboard did the thing. And I don't know, so it's something where, yeah, I don't know, I have a lot of issues with that perspective, and that's not inherent to getting a PhD. I respect the work that goes into it. I guess a lot of people who insist on making it very clear they've received a PhD, I inherently have a lot less trust or respect for. Yes. Well, it's when I was doing competitive robotics, we had a mentor who I really appreciate, and I in no way want to disparage. He did a fantastic job, was donating a huge amount of time and expertise to us. But my god, the number of times that man tried to suggest and convinced a large portion of the team to try and build a mechanism that was essentially pulling a rope, which we had done the first year. We had tried building it, we had committed hard to it so that we could have a robot basically extend a tape measure and pull itself up. That was really interesting. But we realized, oh, you can't just unspool it, you need to actually pull it off of the spool to make sure that it doesn't just basically herniate out, so that it actually goes out with structural integrity. So we solved through that engineering problem, and that was something we were all learning, that, oh, you can't push a rope. Why was Dimension 6 afraid of Dimension 7? Is it because Dimension 7, 8, 9? But there were two other, like, hanging mechanisms that we tried in subsequent years. One of them literally even with a tape measure, and this person who had 2 PhDs in engineering could not wrap his head around that. No, he was significantly misleading the team by trying to suggest that we should basically try and make the failed mechanism we did the first year. Dimension 7, 8, 9. That's why Dimension 9 doesn't exist. That makes perfect sense. It got eaten. I understand the lore now. No, I'm a huge proponent. I typically phrase it as, you should always talk to the janitor. To me, it's this concept of people specialize a lot and can lose sight of things, and I think you typically benefit, just like you benefit in tutoring people, you benefit from bringing in a perspective that doesn't know all of the things that everyone's supposed to know. Bring in the janitor. Have them talk through try and give them a basic explanation of what you're working on and see what the janitor thinks about it, because I think a lot of times they will have interesting, unique perspectives on it. Are they all going to be correct? No, but they might get you thinking. There's a concept in artificial intelligence of simulated annealing, I believe it's called. Because essentially, artificial intelligence is just an aggressive optimization algorithm. It's trying to find a global max or min. Usually it finds a local max or min. So you try to essentially induce some randomness to make sure that if it's only a local one, it has a chance to pop out. That's simulated annealing. I think janitors or whoever, your friend who has no clue of it, they're a great way to get out of that mental rut. Think things get too abstract in math for that? Yes and no, because I think there are a lot of things where you can still try to explain a rough analog for it. I would say give it a shot, right? Because I think even if you don't manage to explain it to someone, forcing yourself to try and put yourself into those constraints? Need to watch three blue, one brown on AI? Yeah. But I don't know, I think just like we were talking about with Twitter, trying to force yourself into particular constraints, I think can reveal a lot of things that you would have missed out on otherwise. So that's my little PSA. No matter how abstract something is, I think there's always value in, at least, even if you can't manage to get an outside perspective on it, thinking about how you might attempt to. Oh! Okay. Jump straight up. So can we... That's how to get higher. Okay. Oh god, we have to jump outside. Again, but... At least, we have fallen to the bottom and we've gotten back here. We know we can do it. So, some fear. Johan? Yes? What, Carsey? What is it? F10 is global Steam full screen key? What? Well, not for Jump King, but that's good to know. I did not know that Steam had something like that. That's super cool. Or Or are you lying to me and it will make it do something else? Whoop. Maybe Reddit is wrong. Well, I mean, Jump King I don't think has a windowed mode. Uh-oh. Reddit said this. Dun dun dun. Whoop. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, oh! Staring at the void, everything's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're living the dream. Okay. The map is feeling a little more cohesive now, which is nice. Whoop. Helps us picture where we're going. Or can't read. I don't know. Did it work for antimatter dimensions for you? Because if so, awesome. That's what matters. And we can test it out on some other stuff at some point. Sick. Yeah, I have tried it. I have tried it for Jump King. It has not worked for Jump King. We will try it on other things. I believe you and by extension Reddit in this case. Haha. Do-do-do. Yeah, Jump King doesn't have windowed, so it's already full screen. Yeah, and it doesn't toggle. I'm assuming it doesn't work on Jump King, but I'm assuming for things where there is a toggle, it probably is a universal shortcut. Okay. Game that I would love to play on stream at some point. I think it would probably be a miserable experience, but in what I hope would be a fun way. Zork. One of the older text-based adventure games. I think that would be... I personally would find that to be a blast. I don't know what was reminding me of that, but... I don't know. It's literally you're guessing at the words that you can use as controls, and it... Oh, it's a whole thing, but it would be a cool piece of game history. Just like, I would love to, play Rogue on stream. Play the original roguelike. How do you decide which people I like? Oh, that's a mighty fine question. That's a very tough question as well. I mean, a lot of it is gut feeling, right? It's an emotional reaction. I guess I can notice patterns in it, but I don't know if I have a systematic way of determining it. What if the definition of roguelike changes a lot over time and Rogue will not be a roguelike? Very fair, but that's part of why I would love to figure out. I'm hoping one of these days, maybe I'll see, maybe that's a like 50 followers thing where I would technically be able to be an affiliate, but probably won't be. Maybe that's I'll do a run of a bunch of different roguelikes I like, do that as like a super mega stream. Might be subconscious for you? Possibly. As I think one of the things that I've most consistently identified as a trait for people that I find myself liking, it's people who have a strong desire to continue changing and adapting and evolving. I tend to find that I really like people who are still growing and very conscious of their growth. Because like if I try and draw like, oh, you know, these are characteristics I like, there are so many different ones, but the most consistent thing, it's usually people who think about their life and they try to improve. Because believe me, I am friends with some people that are very flawed. I am very flawed, so I think Jumper's poem, oh! Jumping and falling, my heart is turned cold. Down here, not can warm it, not even gold. So I rise and attempt once again, fearing not. My heart resting, sure that the babe remains hot. In the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. Exactly. A hot babe can warm your cold dead heart. A hot baba as well. See, I think a hot baba is less likely to be an attractive baba and just like a really good like street food dish. Like I'm thinking hot dog rather than a hot babe. Like if someone said, you know, would you like to eat a hot baba? I'd go, I'm a little concerned what you're offering me, but yeah, I'd try a hot baba. Hot baba is ketchup. Thought baba is a sheep. That's what I had thought as well, so like a mutton dog. But it is simply an entity based on the Kiki Booba experiment, which is such a wonky, wonky sentence. I guess was it an experiment? I guess just observation. I guess there were some experimental components to it. Me when your baba is Kiki. Damn. Man, my baba just kiki'd all over the place and I don't even know what to do. Oh my god. I do also like sometimes when you've gotten something dialed in and then you just lose it. No. That is the natural progression of the joke, though. Good construct. Good construct. Oh my god. How dare I keep doing this to myself? And to all of you. I'm so sorry. I'm not actually. I'm having a good time. And I'm hoping you all are having a good time, even if it's not Baba is you. We're making progress. We're having certainly interesting conversations. I need to jump more there. I do also want to, at some point, take a look. I'm curious what period of armor Jump King is based off of, because I'm not typically very good with, like, particular time periods. Maybe your problem is that your friends are lazy like you. Interesting. How so? Oh my god. Jumpy Knight. Pew. Jump Knight. Ba-doo. Ba-da-da-dum. Aha. There we go. Do I have mass? Does Jump Knight have mass? Does my Ink Blob have mass, or do I, the pilot, have mass? You would surround yourself with moving forward people like you described? Possibly. Any? I think Jump Knight has mass. There seems to be a limit to the forces that can act on him, and gravity acts on him. Does the Ink Blob have mass? The physical what you see probably doesn't, but the concept of it does. It is actual ink, and I certainly have mass, and I'm working on having less. Does Jump Knight occupy space? In theory, yes, but two-dimensionality? Who knows? Might move you forward? Possibly. The thing I will say about that, Plague, is that simply having people around you who are moving forward does not... It's not going to guarantee forward motion. It's something that helps, because I had a lot of these people around me when I was not in a place to be bettering myself, or I thought I was, and I was going about it what I would consider a very incorrect way. But it increased the chances that I had to figure out some of the things that I have figured out for myself now. Having people around you who... Being friends with people who align with things that you value, I think, is helpful, because it serves as something to help keep you in line with what you're going for. Then in theory, he matters, or he anti-matters. Ooh, can you have anti-Jump King? Wouldn't that... Wait, no, that would be Fall King. It's Fall Guys! Guys, we figured out how the universes connect. Fall Guys is just Jump King playing antimatter dimensions. Doesn't everything have mass? Photons. That's a whole thing that we're having problems with, right? Because photons are massless particles and are sometimes not particles. Fall Knight. Oh man, like an autumn-themed night? That would be rad. Not that. Yes, I believe everything other than photons has some sort of mass, although quarks, I think, are also a thing. Yes. Well, I mean, it depends, again, on... I cry. Depends on how you're defining digital pixels, right? The pixels on your screen do not... the pixels on your screen have mass, because they are lights that have been built, and they have space and thus mass. The conceptual representation of pixels, thinking of them in a digital sense, no, because ideas don't have mass, but I suppose you could even argue that eventually we will likely figure out how to map ideas and thoughts to essentially physical meat space, to the electrons firing. Ideas have mass, for sure. Interesting. How so? Because I would consider ideas to be a massless thing. I can believe that we might be able to discover the systems for having them, but I think the idea themselves, I think it's ephemeral. Although then you get into some very interesting stuff. Internalist versus externalist memetics. How can there be 8 dimensions in 2D space? Oh, okay. That's just my perspective on it, but I think, oh, that worked out well. Oh no, I think you can reasonably argue either perspective. I just tend to default to, I don't know, software and ideas as concepts aren't necessarily the synaptic firings. Dimension 1 through 8 in a 2D game? Ah, I see. Projections. They're projecting these extra dimensions into 2D space. Ideas are data, yes. But does data not have mass? The light, no. I'm trying to free this man by jumping on him, but... I think about the idea, the thought has mass. But the idea itself doesn't. That, I think, that's a very fair way to delineate it. The process of thinking requires things that have mass, but the idea itself is an ephemeral thing. It is data. It is not something that has a physical representation, necessarily. A lamp in a game costs real electricity. This is true. Which is quite amusing. Whoop. We're back to relative safety. So it's real. Well, but then again, you're getting into some very interesting definitions of what real is. Because I would define, I mean, it is a real object. It's not simply real because it takes electricity. It's a real object because it is a thing that I'm experiencing. Is it really a lamp? I think that's where the more interesting thing, where you're saying, oh, well, it still uses electricity, so sort of. And it can cast light. I have absolutely used the light from my laptop screen before to see in a room. So perhaps you could argue that it's real because it fulfills the function of a lamp, even if it's not spatially the same thing as a lamp. Define a chair? Hang up now. Or hang on. Hold up and hang on. Hang up now. So define, like, platonic things, because yeah, like, there's the platonic idea of a chair, but then there's also a chair is something in which I choose to sit, but then is a horse a chair? Is my friend a chair if I choose to sit on them? So, like, I think chair is an object of furniture that has a very specific historical connotation and design practices that I am not sufficiently qualified to define. Did I know? I do know some things. Oh, okay, if you jump into the 9th dimension, you win Jump King? Because the universe doesn't want it to exist. Wait, if you jump into it launches you back into the 8th dimension? Ooh. Dun dun dun. So I should try and jump into the 9th dimension in Jump King. My friend a chair if I choose to sit on them. I think it's a valid question. Same thing goes, I was thinking horse, human, ottoman, sofa. This is called a dimension boost, and it's used by starship pilots and a lot of other people. This is fair. It's my chair of friend if I talk to it. Again, I think friend is a very nebulous thing. So something that I talked at length about while playing Night in the Woods, so I think only Cholera has necessarily heard the full spiel. I think I often find companionship in objects, in the people that made them and the people that have used them. Less so, because I have actually a pretty decent social life at the moment. I get to talk to a bunch of cool internet folks, and I'm actually keeping in pretty good contact with some of my IRL friends. But, I don't know, a lot of times when I've felt fairly isolated, I really like finding things or places that feel like I can feel the presence of people. Sometimes they're imagined, you know, walking around an old historical site and thinking about all of the other people who have walked there and what experiences they had. There were probably similar people doing this same walk, having similar thoughts. But also a lamp, an object that someone designed and got frustrated over. People might have lost their jobs on it. People certainly lost sleep. People got paid for it. It's something that has a certain energy to it. So I would say that if I talk to it, it certainly feels like I'm talking to a friend, and as far as that goes, I'd say, yeah. It would be a friend if I talk to it. It's a friend if I imbue it with friendship. Love lamps? Agreed. I think they're very nice. Actually got, my school did not like us having open flames. I can't imagine why a whole bunch of college students with open flames might be a bad idea. So I got, a lovely little lamp that sort of simulates a candle flicker, which was very cool. Hello, lamp friend. Yes, we have many lamp friends. Just make sure it's not a lamprey. I mean, you can also have a lamprey be a lamp friend, but it's going to be a different experience. 5 lamps! Yes, although I think they're meant to be candles on a chandelier. Yeah. Oh man, the history of lighting is a whole other thing. I mean, man, we take it for granted, I think, that we get to have light during the night. Is a torch a lamp? Again, I would say... Oh my god. Okay, that's... Sure, we can survive that. I don't know. Again, I think lamp has a very specific, like, cultural connotation. There's an expectation of what a lamp is that I think a torch does not meet. But I don't know. Is it a good thing to love lamps or to find friendship in things that aren't necessarily living? Whoop. Bump bump. Doot doot doot. Okay. See, we're picking ourselves up. Artificial light? That is a good question. Is it a good thing? There's a lot of elements to that. I think by and large, yes, because I think it's enabled a lot of things. It enables a lot of experiences that we wouldn't have had otherwise. I think it also enables some negative experiences, yes, but I'm generally in favor of things that expand options. And rather than blaming the thing that expands options for said options, I tend to blame how we choose to utilize it. Think it's best when in the dark? Oh, you think best when in the dark. Interesting. Weirdly enough, I think best in the shower or on a walk. For me, both of those provide a lot of really good kinetic feedback that helps me just focus and be in a good thinking space. Darkness, I don't know. I certainly think I feel more profound with the thoughts that I think in the dark, but yeah, walks are very good. That's slight loop back to religion. I have thought that if there is an afterlife, I think what a good one would look like for me would probably be just very long walking paths. Just close your eyes in the shower? I often end up writing things in Steam on the door, keeping track of some thoughts. Why did I jump that way? I mean, at least I didn't fall all the way down, but that was unreasonable. Ooh, doo boo. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Medium jump. Furthest we've been. Think about something and tell yourself not to forget it. And don't forget it. I forget a lot of things, but I tend to remember them, taking a little break since I'm a little anxious about this jump. I don't know, for me, I'm very contextual in what helps me remember things. No, I don't know if that's weird. I don't know if it's weird. It's not something I can manage. I think it's impressive. It's certainly not something that I'm able to do. If I tell myself to remember something, I'll remember it so long as I'm actively doing it, but I very frequently drop it. Interesting. Yeah, to me, I don't find that, and even if it's weird, I don't think weird is a negative thing. Said you don't not forget it. Oh. No, I did not get the double negative there. Tell yourself not to forget it. You don't not forget it. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I've definitely met some people who are able to basically make a mental note of it and keep it in. And like, you would think that I could with the way I read books and then I remember where I pick up, but it's very contextual thing. Or I didn't not get it. Now I didn't not get it, but previously I didn't get it. But no, I'm very contextual in memory, and that's like, mental note, cool card. Yee. That's, part of why, so like, I know you said it was fine, Carsey, but I felt bad with the, Lumery and mixing up your name and Lumery's, because for me it was something where I don't know why I had started to group some of our conversations together, and so it's not just the name issue, it was my brain was conflating some of the stuff. Like getting credit for things that you didn't do? Fair enough. Oh, mental note, cool card. Yes, from Magic in Pauper. I don't know what mental note does. MTG. Mental note, judgment. I'm guessing a counterspell or draw a card. Mill 2 cards, draw a card. Oh, so kinda Thought Scour? Intriguing. Good for dredge decks. Wait, what is Thought Scour again? Thought Scour, you can target the opponent. Okay, so it's non-targeted Thought Scour. Intriguing. Okay, can we make this jump? Ooh. Good with Brainstorm? Yeah. Salutations, Aya. We're doing a little Jump King. We've gotten far enough that I'm very nervous. And we're talking a little bit about memory. Yes, progress. Brainstorm is always good? Well, Carsey, you should play more Magic. You'll find out it's not. Okay, yes, in Balatro, very true. But, yes, in Magic, Brainstorm is a very different thing. The best sorcery in the game. Oh, okay. How's it been going today, Aya? We've been picking ourselves up off the ground quite a bit. Want another match? Nice! Congratulations, becoming a regular spell slinger. Oh, okay. Can we peek up? Oh! Okay, that looks like a pretty different area. So, we want to try and jump up and to the left. 5 more infinity points and then you get them passively. Hell yeah. People keep resigning. Yeah. People do that quite a bit. A magic match. I like the little shop. I'm so worried about this jump though. Okay. Bargainburg. Yo, cool. Greetings.
These boots are fit for a legendary hero. Crafted by a distinguished master. With these, you'll get to that babe in no time. Okay. Since I like you, I'll cut you a deal. For only 1 measly gold, they are yours. Do I have gold? What you say, eh? Oh, you don't have 1 gold on you? I'm afraid the price point is at the bare minimum. Well, okay then. It appears there aren't many other customers around. True. You don't happen to have any rich friends? I don't know. Anyone in chat? 1 gold for some good boots? Significant risk of death to get here? Like, I guess the rent is probably cheap for a location like this. Okay, so I'm trying to jump. You're broke? Okay. Richness of reason, perhaps? Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're not buying the boots. And you know what? I think that's fine. We don't need no stinking boots. Okay, so I think we need to do little jump, and then it's a big jump to, I'm guessing the sort of middle thing is a platform. Oh! Oh, that's not what I expected. I thought we would land on top of it. Oh, that really scared me. Oh, that's going to be an absolute miserable thing to jump over though, right? Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. So, those kind of soft save us, but oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. I'm just so nervous because we've made so much progress here. And then I do things like that. Go, go, go! We're trying. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm guessing you've mostly done constructed, Aya, so decks that have already been made. Oh, or that's asking me. I've done a little bit of constructed, but I don't really have many of the new cards. So I've been taking to, woo, okay. I've been doing some, Dimir, tempo, to try and do decently. Because a lot of my other ones are just getting, outmatched. Don't make any of your own. Super fair. I think learning with stuff other folks have made is a great way to start. Infinity in under 1 minute. Heck yeah. Yeah, so I've been running Dimir Tempo, not using really any of the new cards, for constructed in the current set. And, geez, I have been sub 3 wins for the past 6 drafts, so not having great luck there. Don't know if I'll actually get to mess around with all of the, cards, because that's a huge hit to resources early on. 2 more, then you can stop and you'll go to bed. Uh-huh. Believable, Carsey. Soon I'll stop playing Mono Red, also playing on your friend's phone. And craft something else. Ah, but now you've got Slick Shot Show Off, which is so good. Time for even more Mono Red. Think you'll actually? Good for you. And you're playing on your friend's phone? Makes sense. Oop. Ah, okay. It's okay. We've gotten better with these. It's not too scary if we fall down. It's fine. Confidence. That's Corone from Hololive. Have confidence. No confidence. Whoop. I still can't believe... The only reason I am familiar with Hololive is because one of my friends got really into it towards the start of the pandemic, showed me a couple of cute clips, I started watching so I could understand more, started really enjoying it, and they stopped watching, so now I feel hung out to dry. Yep, Hololive. Very cute VTuber agency. I like the friendship dynamics of it, but yeah, no, I feel very hung out to dry that I got hooked in by a friend and they're like, oh no, I don't watch that anymore. It's like, god damn it. First was Nichi-Sanji, fair enough. 1 infinity point ever, 6 to 36. Oh, V Shoujo or Shoto? Don't know Shoto. Oh, sick! It's getting fast. Infinity isn't that far away. Shoto. Okay. I don't know Shoto. I will say, brief thing, I think it was deeply unfair. The friend who got me hooked had me take a Sporkle quiz if I could name all of the Hololive folks, and I think I did get all of them at the time, and I was teased mercilessly for this fact, which I think is very unfair considering where I got it from. Infinity doesn't exist, it's a concept. And in antimatter dimensions, infinity is, what, 3.2 e to the 308, something like that? And then you reset. Womp womp. Wait, what? On you hand and foot? I'm already streaming. You just found a French person. Oh, that misspelled croissant. It's like, oh, good for you. You found a French person. Are you going to take them in? And they spelled it. Did they spell it the way that you just misspelled it? Croissant, yes. But did they spell it croissant? Croissant. And according to you, correct. So how was it spelled? And yes, they said croissant. Huh. Wonky. I mean, I've definitely spelled door D-O-R-E. It happens. You know Frenchish? It's that. I'm sure you mean kind of know French, but I love the idea of French-ish as French-Spanish. J'adore? Oh, you adore. Pain. Use a different alphabet? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure that French is still just the Latin alphabet. We fell so far. Look, I'm trying! You know, sometimes, I want to go back to the good old easy times. Not hard enough. Look, man. Well, I don't know, for a small donation of $200, perhaps I could be convinced otherwise. No. Bye. Or actually, farewell. Oh, I was trying to remember the Russian for goodbye. Shoes, auf Wiedersehen? Yeah, I don't have donations, haha. Exactly, you can't pay me to get good. I will forever just be doing my thing. Are so many good mathematicians French? Dunno. That's a good question. I know that France did have, like, I know the French Revolution was very, like, anti-theist and very focused on reason, so maybe they had, like, a huge emphasis on mathematics. Chat rules an affiliate thing, or do you just not have chat? I don't know. I don't know. I should look at that. As I need to look at some of those things more. I did post the ones down below, but I should look at that. Don't know if it's an affiliate thing or not. I forgot that you could actually, like, make rules that you say okay to before you join a chat. Galois, who died at age 20 in a duel? Oh. I do like that people did just legitimately have duels way back when. Don't read them when you say okay. I mean, fair, but at least it makes it easier to say, look, you agreed to them. Boop. I think having them in two places is good. Require people to actually opt in and then have a place where they can reference it, because no one reads terms of service anymore, which, I don't know, I think modern society with EULAs would be a really great great hunting ground for like fae and devils and so on, making contracts that people don't read. I don't think I've heard about Galwas theory. I don't follow the rules, I might as well not watch. Fair. I think that's honestly that's a fairly good way of going about it. Basically, hey, if I fit in, awesome. If not, okay. Yep. Yeah, it's like I have them there just for like establishing norms if there is someone who's, you know, like, how do I feel about swearing? It's fine if you guys swear in chat. Just like, you know, try and keep it down a little because I'm trying to keep my swearing down a little. And if I keep reading off expletives, it makes it tough to kind of avoid that. Do I have a reason for it? I'm just trying to be more selective with my language and think more. But like, I'm not going to get super uppity unless someone's, you know, doing way too much. If you don't follow the rules by default, the rules are the problem. Fair. Or I wouldn't even say necessarily the problem, but it's basically they aren't a match, right? It's something where they are not compatible. You're not going to change for the rules, so if they feel the need to ban you, they feel the need to ban you. That is the decision they've made, and you've made your decision, which, yeah, I think is very fair. Boop, boop. I tend to agree, from what I've seen. You are respectable, you throw out some interesting topics of conversation, have good sense of humor and timing. So, while I don't know you as a person, I'd certainly say that so far I find you to be a very good and very excellent chatter. Someone who is great to spend time with, and I enjoy entertaining. Boop, boop. A good joke and a bad joke. I sense that this itself is a joke, so no, I don't know. What is the difference between a good joke and a bad joke, Carsey? Timing. Very nice. A little insanity can be good spice. Boop, boop. Bow, bow. Boop-a-doo. Bom, bom. Darn. Good. Yeah, a little spiciness is good. I still think one of my favorite ways I've heard someone describe having struggling with like aspects of mental health is rather than neurodivergent, neurospicy. That's one that stuck with me and I wish more people would use. It's like, anxiety? Nah, I'm just feeling a little neurospicy today. Exactly. Yeah, like, it's really good. So, I will say, not credit to me. I guess I can't really credit them because I don't know how they feel about online stuff, but I think neurospicy is a great phrase that should get used more. Boop-a-doo. Because it's also like, I don't know, like, neurodivergence is a very broad term, and pretty much everyone has some element of it, so it's like, is it still useful as a categorization? Anxiety. Perfect. Voop, voop. Wait, what? You are anxiety? That is not how sentence. It's still scanned. It might not create a rule in Baba as you, but I remember your anxiety. That when you can get it right, it works, but that is just not something my mouth wants to say as a word. Baba is anxiety. Well, Baba's anxiety would actually be a kind of, that could be an interesting one. So like, I wonder, hear me out. Anxiety as a keyword, it's like fear, but it's seldom fear. Or perhaps the opposite, the often. So that Baba is afraid of it, but only like 1 out of 6 times, or maybe 5 out of 6 times. So it's just like, it takes him a little while. Takes him a little while to work up to it, but he can get there. But then if there's timing things, you need to worry about that a little. Baba Fear flag? No, Baba Anxiety flag. Exactly. I was like, I don't know, I like this level, and who knows what you're going to put me through in the next one. I don't want to touch the flag. Seldom and often aren't good words because you can undo to force RNG. True. Oh no, I think some sort of like soft fear. So that was my first concept on it. So yes, you can undo for RNG. Hmm. I wonder if there would be a way. Wonder if instead of actually having it be true random, I wonder if you could link it to like do like a modulo operator on the number of moves that have been made. So like rather than a 1 in 4 chance, 1 out of every 4 moves it takes effect. Wonder if that would be a way so that yes, you can undo and so on, but then it's something where you still need to worry about the pattern. Fear but long range. Ooh, so you could get, if you're already near it, if you're 1 away, if you are near, you're fine. But if you're 2 away, that's where it takes effect. I can see that. Or infinite range. Ooh. My only problem with that, like flavor-wise, is that then anxiety is more powerful than fear. I don't know. I don't know how that is. Anxiety a more powerful thing than fear? Fear usually has a basis, but I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it is gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. I've heard fear is the mind killer. I don't remember what that's from. Bob is Baba. Kiki is neurospicy. I can see. I don't know. I think both. I think all of the characters read to me as probably neurospicy. It's from Dune. Ah, Dune is definitely. I need to read Dune. I've heard that Herbert is sort of. I've heard Tolkien of science fiction bandied about, and very good things. The first book is so good. Okay. I've got such a long reading list because also like Canticle for Leibowitz is another good piece of sci-fi that I want to read. Don't forget to raid. Yes, thank you. So yeah, let's what we'll do. Let's say read like 4 of them. Sick. So how about this? I'm going to get back up to the sewers. We don't necessarily need to get far in the sewers. But or no, let's get back up to the like kitchen area, the false keep. And then we'll end the stream. And yeah, let's raid someone. So does anyone have suggestions? Is there anyone that you're like, yes, this is someone who's online and I think Johan would enjoy and I would enjoy watching right after this? Because I need to learn. I need to go find some folks. And if not, I'll probably just check either Baba's You or Jump King category and see if there's someone of roughly similar size to go say hi to. So you would highly recommend at the very least the first Dune book. The other ones, still good, but not necessarily as much. Enjoy watching your dreams. Yeah, sleep seems good. So, alright. Anyone else recommendations, or will we just take a look when the time comes? Okay. Whoa, whoa. Why did the game do that? I don't like teleporting in Jump King. I like to see my arc. You're the person you watch after the stream. This is fair. I am the post-Vim. Post-Tim? Post-Tim. Dun, 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 dun. Even after. Streaming after midnight. Streaming till the dawn. Streaming till the morning. Then I'm gone. Judas Priest, good band. First one I ever saw in concert. I think I've actually seen them live 3 times, which is a little wonky. Oh, okay. Little jumps. Little jumps, Johan. Little jumps. Whoop. Okay. Can we get back up to the false keep? Don't need to get all the way back to Bargenberg, but keep would be nice. We've done this all before, Johan. This'll be fine. I do find it easier once you've gone through an area and you can be confident that you know the type of jump that you need to make, rather than taking your best guess. Whoop. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. But yes, thank you very much for the raid reminder, Carsey. I need to get into that habit. I need to start just turning on random Twitch streams while I'm like doing my edits and whatnot. Because I don't know, I think it gets more fun, and I think I will be able to provide you guys some more interesting stuff if I'm also saying hi to other interesting people and we can banter and such. I am the random Twitch stream, exactly. But I need to start becoming a place and finding other random ones. Too random I start chatting? Haha. I've gotten you, giving you interesting convos. It's really complex deals with ecology, philosophy, politics, and more. Yes. I think that's a big part of why I've heard it equated to Tolkien. Is because it's, I don't know, it's really good world building. I know the etymology is really neat. The aspect of a good streamer? That's true. And that's part of why I'm like, I think I could do streaming, because I am someone who, I don't know, I don't think, I really appreciated earlier when you're like, yeah, you are worth it. I'm not someone who has a great deal of self-worth, and I see a lot of streamers, I think, are people who have fairly, I'm not going to say big, but robust egos, I think. People who feel fairly strongly and are fairly much creatives. I don't have that, but it's something I'm working on, which is part of why I'm like, yeah, I should do that. And people listen to me. I don't know why, for whatever godforsaken reason, but people do. It's about the streamer, not the game. Exactly, because otherwise you play the game or you just turn on silent gameplay. Yup. And I typically, like, I don't know, I definitely watch YouTube folks for their personality. I don't watch a lot of Twitch, but it's something to play around with. But yeah, I would like to try and meet some more folks. Can't really talk to the big streamers, true, but there's still the like nebulous interaction of chat. Which I don't know. I haven't had a lot of those experiences. I've tinkered around a little bit in like loading ready run and whatnot, and it's a different thing. But I find that you often start to have conversations with other people in the chat. So you're interacting. You find they have ways to interact with it, but you're often having conversations with the other interesting people that like to hang out and watch the interesting people, which is a really, it's a cool dynamic to me. But it's also, this is a really fun phase to be at, where I'm actually able to be having conversations. Aniv, your beloved? Huh? Kumst? But yeah, so we made it here, so I will wrap up Jump King in the stream, but yeah, I would love to, let's take a look at a raid. So, any suggestions? Twitch chat bot, that's an AI chatter. Ah, yes, you've mentioned this before. If there are suggestions, let me know. I'm just gonna pull up, let's look at Jump King, and if not, let's look at Baba Is You. Sestovus. Okay, who are you? What are you like? You have a lot of followers and viewers, oh dear lord. I think that's the other thing. I get like a little intimidated with the concept of raiding because I am very small and I don't know. Big is scary. Because I am an anxious little ink blob, but getting through the ad. Okay. Oh, very modded. And a lot of focus. Not a good chatting vibe, I don't think. At least not my vibe. Why are the ads French? I don't know. Oh, that's right, you can hear them! I don't know why they were French. I think because Tresem is French, but... Baba Is You, maybe. Reverse 2K. 14 viewers. Oh, they have a webcam, but not a whole lot. Let's raid them. They're small enough. Wait, that's a lot of followers, but very few viewers. I'm down to give it a raid if you guys don't mind. Let's try that. We'll hang out a little, see what they're up. No need to stick around, but I just need to get into the practice and get over the fear of it. So, thank y'all for watching. I appreciate it. As always, this was a blast. We had some great conversations. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. We will be back tomorrow. I think we'll probably have a magic draft and then go from there. Probably a little more Baba, a little more Jump King. We'll see. So, fare thee well, and let us attempt a raid. Bye.